Hey there, and welcome to Crime for Sleep. I know you're having trouble falling asleep, so let me keep you company with true crime stories from around the world. Before we dive in, I'm curious, where did you first hear this one? If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Now get comfortable, and let's get into tonight's case. Story 1. I always heard them around midday, those steady footsteps passing by my door. They marched with a predictable cadence like the ticking of a distant metronome. Every day the sound was the same, unwavering in its path and pace, until yesterday when they moved faster, an unusual urgency in their rhythm. Today the steps paused twice, a hesitation I couldn't ignore. I've started to listen more closely, wondering if it's not just the footsteps that have changed, but something more. The hallway outside my apartment carries sound like a tunnel. 23 units in this building, and I've learned to distinguish each resident by their gait. The elderly woman from down the hall shuffles in soft slippers. The young couple upstairs pounds down the stairs in heavy boots. But these midday footsteps belong to someone else entirely, someone who walked with purpose but never seemed to arrive anywhere. I first noticed them 3 weeks ago, right after the new tenant moved into the unit across from mine. The timing made sense then. New resident, new routine, new sounds filtering through these thin walls. The footsteps would begin at the elevator, travel the length of the corridor, pause briefly at what I assumed was their door, then continue to the stairwell at the far end. Simple enough. But yesterday changed everything. The footsteps came faster, almost running. They stopped abruptly outside my door, not theirs. I heard breathing, heavy and labored, seeping through the gap beneath the door frame. My coffee mug grew cold in my hands as I sat frozen at my kitchen table, waiting for a knock that never came. After what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes, the footsteps resumed, slower now, retreating toward the elevator. Today brought those two pauses and something else. A smell, sweet and metallic, like copper pennies left in sugar water. It drifted under my door during the second pause, strong enough to make me check my own apartment for its source. Nothing. My kitchen was clean, my bathroom spotless, my small living space exactly as I'd left it. Yet the smell lingered, coating the back of my throat with its strange sweetness. I've been thinking about the new tenant across the hall. I've never actually seen them, which strikes me as odd now that I consider it. In a building this size, paths cross constantly. We share an elevator, a mailroom, a laundry facility in the basement. But in 3 weeks, I haven't caught so much as a glimpse of this person whose daily routine has become so familiar to me. The logical explanation sits comfortably in my mind. Someone works an unusual schedule, perhaps nights, sleeping through the morning hours when I'm most active. They leave for work around noon, taking that same path down the hallway out of the building into whatever life awaits them beyond these walls. Yesterday they were running late, hence the urgency. Today they forgot something, had to double-check their door, maybe their mailbox. The smell could be anything. Cleaning products from the maintenance crew, someone's lunch cooking, the building's old ventilation system circulating odors from who knows where. But my body tells a different story. My hands shake slightly when I hear those footsteps now. My heart rate increases, my breathing becomes shallow. There's a tightness in my chest that wasn't there before, a physical response that contradicts my rational explanations. Why would the sound of a neighbor walking down the hallway trigger such anxiety? I've started positioning myself near the peephole when noon approaches. The hallway looks exactly as it always has. Beige carpet, fluorescent lighting, numbered doors marching in neat succession. Yet something feels wrong with the picture, like a photograph that's been subtly altered. The shadows fall differently, or perhaps my eyes are playing tricks on me. The silence between footsteps seems heavier, pregnant with meaning I can't decipher. Last night I dreamed about the hallway. In the dream, I opened my door during those midday footsteps and saw nothing. The corridor was empty, yet the sound continued, growing louder and more insistent. I followed the sound to its source and found myself standing in front of a door that shouldn't exist, a door between my apartment and my neighbor's, occupying a space too small for a room. When I reached for the handle, I woke up, my sheets damp with sweat, that sweet metallic smell filling my nostrils. The dream felt more real than my waking explanations. In that space between sleep and consciousness, I remembered things I shouldn't remember. The feeling of carpet beneath bare feet, the coolness of a door handle, the weight of something heavy being dragged across the floor above. But I've never walked barefoot in the hallway, never touched that door handle, never heard anything being dragged upstairs. I've been checking the building directory more frequently, though I tell myself it's casual curiosity. The apartment across from mine is listed as occupied, but the nameplate beside the mailbox remains blank. When I asked the building manager about it, she looked at me strangely and said all the nameplates were current. I checked again after our conversation, still blank. The footsteps came earlier today, around 11 instead of noon. They moved differently too, not quite the familiar rhythm I'd grown accustomed to. These steps were lighter, more hesitant, as if the person walking was trying not to be heard. They stopped outside my door for a full minute. I held my breath, pressing my ear against the wood, straining to hear something, anything, that might explain this daily ritual. What I heard was my own heartbeat, thundering so loudly I was certain it could be heard from the hallway. But underneath that rhythm, I detected something else. A whisper so faint I might have imagined it. It sounded like my name, spoken by a voice I almost recognized but couldn't quite place. When I finally worked up the courage to look through the peephole, the hallway was empty. But the carpet directly in front of my door was darker than the rest, as if something wet had been spilled there and imperfectly cleaned. I opened the door and knelt to examine the spot. The carpet felt damp beneath my fingers, and that sweet metallic smell rose up to meet me, stronger than ever. I'm starting to wonder if the new tenant exists at all. Maybe the footsteps belong to someone else, someone who has reason to walk this hallway daily but doesn't live here. A maintenance worker, perhaps, or a delivery person with a regular route. But that doesn't explain the pauses outside my door, the breathing, the smell, the way my body reacts as if it recognizes a threat my mind can't identify. There's another possibility, one that surfaces in quiet moments when my rational defenses are down. What if the footsteps aren't coming from outside my apartment at all? What if they're coming from inside, from some part of myself I've forgotten or chosen not to remember? The thought terrifies me more than any external threat could. I've started keeping a journal documenting each occurrence with scientific precision. Time, duration, direction, any unusual characteristics. The pattern that emerges is both comforting and disturbing. The footsteps are becoming more frequent, more erratic, more focused on my door specifically. But they're also becoming more familiar, as if I'm remembering rather than hearing them for the first time. Yesterday, I found myself walking the same path through my apartment that the footsteps take through the hallway. From the area near my front door to my bedroom, pausing twice along the way. My feet knew exactly where to stop, exactly how long to wait. When I realized what I was doing, I felt that same sweet metallic taste flood my mouth, and for a moment, I couldn't remember how I'd gotten there. The building manager called this morning to ask if I'd been having any issues with noise from other units. Apparently, other residents have complained about footsteps in the hallway, particularly around midday. But when she checked the security cameras, she found nothing unusual. Just normal foot traffic, residents coming and going about their daily business. She seemed genuinely puzzled and asked if I might have any insights, given that my unit faces the main corridor. I told her I hadn't noticed anything unusual, though I'm not sure why I lied. The The words came out automatically, as if some part of me wanted to protect the secret of those footsteps. After I hung up, I realized I couldn't remember what I'd been doing before she called, or how long we'd talked, or whether I'd been standing or sitting during the conversation. These gaps in my memory are becoming more frequent. I'll find myself in different parts of my apartment with no recollection of moving. I'll discover objects in new locations, rearranged according to some logic I can't fathom. My coffee mug on the bathroom counter, my keys in the refrigerator, my shoes lined up beside the front door as if I've just come in from outside, though I haven't left the building in days. The footsteps came 3 times today, each occurrence shorter and more intense than the last. During the final visit, I could swear I heard my front door opening, though when I rushed to check, it was still locked, the chain still in place. But the air in my apartment felt different, charged with the presence of someone else, and that sweet metallic smell was stronger than ever. I'm beginning to suspect that the truth lies somewhere between my rational explanations and my growing fear. Perhaps there is a new tenant, and perhaps they do walk past my door each day. But maybe there's more to the story, something I've witnessed or experienced that my conscious mind refuses to acknowledge. The footsteps might be real, but my response to them suggests a deeper connection, a shared history I can't quite access. Tonight, I plan to wait by the door during the usual time, ready to open it the moment I hear those familiar steps. I need to see what's really happening in that hallway, even if the truth is more disturbing than my imagination, because living with this uncertainty has become more frightening than any revelation could be. But even as I make this resolution, I wonder if I've made it before. The plan feels rehearsed, as if I'm following a script I've already written. And somewhere in the back of my mind, I can almost remember what happened the last time I opened that door during the footsteps. Almost, but not quite. The memory hovers just beyond reach, like a word on the tip of my tongue, familiar yet elusive. The footsteps will come again tomorrow. They always do. And I'll be listening, caught between what I think I know and what my body remembers, unable to fully trust either version of the truth. Perhaps that's where the real story lies, in the space between certainty and doubt, where all the most important truths tend to hide. Story 2. It was always a quiet ritual, the way my neighbor would water her plants precisely at sunset. I'd glance through my window, comforted by the familiar sight of her silhouette moving against the fading light. It happened every evening without fail, a small act of care in a world that often felt indifferent. But yesterday, I swear the watering can lingered longer in her hand, and she stood motionless for a moment too long. Today, there's not even a shadow at dusk. And yet the plants glisten as if newly fed. The smell comes back first, always the smell. Something metallic mixed with earth, like pennies pressed into wet soil. I'm standing at my kitchen sink, watching water spiral down the drain, and suddenly I'm remembering things I thought I'd forgotten. The way she used to hum while she worked in her garden. Low, tuneless sounds that drifted through the thin walls between our houses. Was it humming, though? I can't be sure anymore. My memory fractures here, splits into pieces I can't quite fit together. There's a conversation we had once, maybe twice. She was telling me about her plants, how they needed special care, something about the soil composition. Her voice was different then, urgent in a way that didn't match the mundane topic. The roots go deeper than you think, she said. Or maybe I'm imagining she said that. I remember nodding, pretending to understand, but her eyes held something I couldn't read, a kind of knowledge that made me uncomfortable. I excused myself, went back inside, drew the curtains. That night I dreamed of things growing in darkness, spreading beneath the surface where no one could see. The watering can sits abandoned now on her back steps. Red plastic, the color of dried roses, I can see it from my bedroom window if I crane my neck just right. It's been there since yesterday, or maybe longer. Time feels elastic lately, stretching and contracting in ways that don't make sense. There was another conversation, this one clearer, though I'm not sure when it happened. She was at my door holding something wrapped in newspaper. Her hands were dirty, soil caked under her fingernails. She wanted to give me something from her garden. A cutting, she called it, for propagation. The word made my skin crawl, though I couldn't say why. I took the wrapped thing, felt its weight cold and damp through the paper. When I unwrapped it later, alone in my kitchen, I found nothing but dark earth and something pale that might have been roots. Or might have been something else entirely. I threw it away, buried it deep in my trash where I wouldn't have to look at it. But that night the smell started. Metallic earth seeping through my walls, settling into my clothes, my hair, the spaces between my teeth. The police came by asking questions. When was this? Yesterday? Last week? The officer had kind eyes and a notepad she kept flipping through. She wanted to know about my neighbor, when I'd last seen her, if I'd noticed anything unusual. I told her about the sunset ritual, the watering, the way everything seemed normal until it wasn't. But I didn't mention the cutting, the conversations that might not have been conversations, the dreams of things growing in secret places. She seemed like a quiet person, the officer said, and I agreed because it was easier than explaining the humming, the urgent voice, the way my neighbor's eyes had held knowledge I didn't want to share. After she left, I found myself at my window again, staring at the abandoned watering can. The plants in my neighbor's garden looked healthier than ever, their leaves a deep, almost unnatural green. They swayed without wind, moved in patterns that hurt to watch. I'm trying to remember what she looked like, my neighbor. Her face keeps shifting in my memory, features rearranging themselves until I'm not sure I ever really saw her clearly. Sometimes I think she was tall, other times short, hair dark or light or maybe gray. The only constant is her silhouette against the dying light, the careful way she tended her garden. There's a key hidden under the third flower pot from her back door. I know this, though I can't remember how I know it. The knowledge sits in my mind like a splinter, sharp and foreign. I've never been in her house, never had reason to know where she kept a spare key. Have I been in her house? The memory surfaces slowly, like something rising from deep water. I'm standing in her kitchen, looking at photographs stuck to her refrigerator, pictures of gardens, but not normal gardens. These plants grow in strange configurations, their roots visible above ground, twisted into shapes that remind me of reaching hands. In one photo, something pale shows through the soil. A curve of white that could be bone, or could be ceramic, or could be nothing at all. I'm backing away from the refrigerator, my heart hammering, when I hear the back door open. Footsteps on linoleum, getting closer. I turn toward the sound, but the memory cuts off there, leaves me standing in my own kitchen, sweating and confused. Did this happen? Am I remembering or imagining? The smell is stronger now, so thick I can taste it. I check my own plants, the few struggling things I keep on my windowsill, but they're the same as always. Wilted and neglected, nothing like the thriving garden next door. My neighbor's house has been empty for days now, but I swear I sometimes see movement in the windows. Shadows passing behind curtains, the flicker of lights that shouldn't be there. The utility company came to shut off the power. I watched them do it, but still there are moments when I glimpse something glowing in her kitchen. I found something in my mailbox today. Not a letter, not a package, just a small handful of soil wrapped in tissue paper. Rich, dark earth that smells of metal and growing things. There's no note, no explanation, but I know it came from her garden. The question is how it got there. The tissue paper is damp, stained with something that could be water or could be something else. I hold it up to the light and see fragments mixed in with the soil. White pieces that look almost like teeth or maybe seeds. It's impossible to tell the difference. I should throw it away like I did the cutting, bury it deep where I won't have to think about it. Instead, I find myself walking to my backyard, kneeling in my own neglected garden bed, making a small hole in the hard earth. The soil from my neighbor's garden goes in easily, disappears into the ground like it was never there. I cover it with my own dirt, pat it down, tell myself I'm being ridiculous. It's just soil, just earth and whatever grows in earth. But my hands won't stop shaking. That night I dream of roots again, but this time they're in my garden, spreading beneath my house, reaching for something I can't see. In the dream, my neighbor is there, kneeling beside me, her face still shifting and unclear. They need special care, she says, and her voice is the same urgent whisper I remember from our conversations. The roots go deeper than you think. I wake with dirt under my fingernails, though I can't remember digging. The watering can is gone from her back steps. I notice this while making coffee, glancing out my window from habit. The red plastic container has vanished, leaving only a dark stain on the concrete where it used to sit. Someone must have moved it, but who? The house is empty, has been empty since she disappeared, unless she didn't disappear, unless she's still there, still tending her garden in ways I can't see. I check my own backyard and find the spot where I buried the soil. Something green is pushing through the earth, a small shoot that wasn't there yesterday. It grows even as I watch, unfurling leaves that are the wrong color, too dark, too glossy. I should pull it up, destroy it before it spreads, but I find myself backing away instead, retreating to my house, drawing the curtains against what I might see. The smell follows me inside, metallic earth stronger than ever. It clings to my clothes, my skin, fills my mouth with the taste of copper and growing things. I shower, but it doesn't wash away. I change clothes, but it soaks through the fabric. There's a sound now, too, a low humming that might be coming from next door or might be coming from my own backyard. It rises and falls like breathing, like something alive and patient and waiting. I try to remember my neighbor's name, but it slips away from me, dissolves before I can grasp it. Did she ever tell me her name? Did we ever really talk, or am I constructing conversations from fragments of dreams and wishful thinking? The photographs on her refrigerator surface in my memory again. Those strange gardens with their visible roots, their pale fragments showing through dark soil. In one image, I now remember, there was something that looked almost like a hand reaching up from the earth. Fingers curled around plant stems, nails caked with dirt. But that's impossible. I'm remembering wrong, filling in details that weren't there. Memory is unreliable, especially when you want to remember, when you need the pieces to fit together in ways that make sense. The green shoot in my backyard has grown overnight. Now it's a small plant with leaves that move without wind, that seem to track my movements when I peer through my kitchen window. Its roots must be spreading, sending tendrils through my garden, under my house, connecting with something larger. I think about calling the police again, telling them about the soil in my mailbox, the plant that grows too fast, the way my neighbor's house still feels occupied even though it's empty. But what would I say? That I'm afraid of a plant, that I think my missing neighbor is somehow still tending her garden. They'd think I was losing my mind. Maybe I am. The humming grows louder as evening approaches. Soon it will be sunset, the time when my neighbor used to water her plants with religious precision. I find myself at my window despite my better judgment, watching for a silhouette that won't appear. But something does appear. A figure moving in her backyard, bent over the thriving plants, tending them with familiar care. The light is too dim to see clearly, but the movements are right, the careful attention to each plant, the way she used to hum while she worked. I blink and the figure is gone, if it was ever there at all. The watering can sits on her back steps again, the same red plastic container that had vanished. It gleams wetly in the fading light, as if recently used. The plants around it glisten with moisture, their dark leaves reflecting the last rays of the sun. In my own backyard, the strange plant has doubled in size. Its roots push up through the soil now, pale tendrils that writhe and twist in patterns that hurt to watch. They remind me of reaching fingers, of hands trying to pull themselves up from some buried place. The smell of metallic earth fills my house completely now. It's in my food, my water, the air I breathe. When I close my eyes, I see gardens where impossible things grow, where the boundary between plant and something else has dissolved entirely. I understand now why my neighbor's eyes held that strange knowledge, why her voice carried urgency when she talked about special care and roots that go deeper than you think. She was trying to warn me, or maybe trying to prepare me for what was coming. The cutting she gave me, the one I threw away, must have taken root anyway. These things don't need soil or water or careful tending. They need something else, something I'm only beginning to understand. As darkness falls, I take my place at the window. The ritual continues, has always continued, will always continue. The plants glisten as if newly fed, and somewhere in the growing shadows, patient hands tend gardens that bloom in secret places. The watering can catches the last light of dusk, and I swear it moves slightly, tilts as if pouring invisible nourishment onto soil that hungers for more than water. Story 3. The door chime didn't echo as expected. I stepped inside, the floorboards beneath my feet giving no familiar groan, no hint of presence. Shelves loomed in the twilight, their shadows stretching impossibly long, yet offering no comfort in their stillness. My hand brushed the edge of the counter, cool and indifferent, its surface yielding no trace of dust, no sign of recent movement. As I lingered in the doorway, the air itself felt charged, waiting, yet bereft of breath. Nothing returned my gaze from the emptiness of the room. The bookstore had always been my refuge. I'd come here every Tuesday afternoon for months, drawn by the musty scent of old paper and the gentle rustling of pages turned by other customers. But today, something was different. The owner wasn't behind the counter, hunched over his ledger as usual. The reading chair in the corner sat empty, its worn velvet arms catching no afternoon light. I tell myself the sequence of events was simple. I arrived at my usual time, found the store unlocked but abandoned, and waited. The owner had mentioned feeling unwell the previous week, complaining of headaches and sleepless nights. His hands had trembled when he'd handed me my change, and I'd noticed how pale he'd become, how his eyes seemed to focus on something beyond the walls of his shop. That afternoon, I reasoned, he must have stepped out for medicine or fresh air. The unlocked door was merely an oversight, the kind of absent-minded mistake that comes with illness and fatigue. I browsed the familiar sections, my fingers trailing along spine after spine of mysteries and memoirs, waiting for his return. The silence felt expectant rather than ominous. But even as I construct this logical narrative, other details intrude. The cash register drawer hung slightly open, though I hadn't heard the bell that always accompanied its opening. A cup of tea sat on the counter, still warm to the touch, yet no steam rose from its surface. The bookmark I'd seen him use, a faded ribbon marking his place in a thick volume of poetry, lay crumpled on the floor beneath the biography section. I remember bending to retrieve it, and as my fingers closed around the silk, a wave of dizziness swept through me. For a moment, the store seemed to tilt, the shelves wavering like reflections in disturbed water. The scent of old books gave way to something else, something metallic and sharp that made my throat constrict. The sensation passed quickly. I straightened, bookmark in hand, and the world righted itself. The owner's book lay open on the counter where he'd left it, the pages fluttering slightly in a breeze I couldn't feel. I placed the ribbon carefully between the pages and closed the volume, my movements deliberate and calm. Minutes stretched into an hour. I selected a book from the true crime section, a study of unsolved disappearances, and settled into the reading chair to wait. The stories within were familiar patterns of vanishing, of lives that simply stopped without explanation or resolution. People who walked out of their homes and never returned, leaving behind only questions and the persistent ache of uncertainty. Yet as I read, the words seemed to shift on the page. Sentences I'd just finished would rearrange themselves when I glanced back, and the photographs of missing persons began to blur together, their faces becoming indistinct and somehow familiar. The room grew dimmer, though no clouds passed over the sun outside. My fingers found the bookmark again, still protruding from the poetry collection. This time when I opened to the marked page, the verses seemed to pulse with meaning I couldn't grasp. Words about thresholds and crossings, about the spaces between what is and what might be. The handwriting in the margins wasn't the owner's careful script, but something more erratic, more urgent. I closed the book quickly, my heart racing for reasons I couldn't name. The store felt smaller now, the shelves pressing closer, their shadows deeper and more complex. The front door remained open, but the rectangle of afternoon light seemed distant and unreachable. That's when I noticed the footprints in the dust near the back corner, where the owner kept his rare books locked behind glass. 2 sets of prints, one familiar and shuffling, the other sharp and purposeful. They led toward the narrow staircase that climbed to his private office above the shop. I'd never been invited upstairs, never even seen the door at the top of those stairs opened. Following my logical narrative, I should have called out, announced my presence more clearly. Perhaps he was upstairs, had been there all along, lost in inventory or correspondence. The footprints were simply evidence of normal business, a customer inquiring about rare editions, a delivery being sorted and catalogued. But my feet carried me toward those stairs without conscious decision. Each step creaked under my weight, the sound unnaturally loud in the silence. Halfway up I paused, my hand gripping the worn banister, and listened. No movement came from above, no rustle of papers or scrape of chair legs, only a sound like breathing that might have been the building itself settling into evening. The door at the top stood ajar. Through the gap I glimpsed a slice of the room beyond, papers scattered across a desk, a chair overturned, and something dark spreading across the floorboards. My rational mind catalogued these details clinically. A gust of wind through an open window could have scattered the papers. The chair might have been knocked over in haste. The dark stain could be spilled ink or coffee. I pushed the door wider and stepped inside. The room was exactly as I'd imagined it, cramped and cluttered, filled with the overflow of a life spent among books. But it was also wrong in ways I couldn't articulate. The air felt thick and stagnant, charged with the residue of strong emotion. The scattered papers weren't random, but seemed to form patterns, like words written in a language I almost recognized. On the desk, partially hidden beneath an overturned manuscript, I found a letter addressed to no one. The owner's handwriting, but shaky and irregular, described dreams that had begun to bleed into his waking hours. Dreams of a customer who came not for books, but for something else, something the owner possessed without knowing it. The letter spoke of conversations that felt like interrogations, of questions that seemed to probe deeper than mere curiosity about literature. As I read, my own memories began to shift and realign. Had my visits been as innocent as I remembered, the questions I'd asked about his life, his history, his connection to the community, now seemed less like friendly conversation and more like a systematic gathering of information. The interest I'd shown in his rare books, his most valuable possessions, took on a different cast. I set the letter down with trembling hands. The dark stain on the floor drew my gaze, and I knelt beside it, my fingertips hovering just above its surface. It was still slightly damp, with an odor that made my stomach clench. Not coffee, not ink. Standing quickly, I backed toward the door, but it swung shut before I could reach it. The latch clicked with a finality that sent panic shooting through my chest. I turned the handle frantically, but it wouldn't budge. The room seemed to contract around me, the walls pressing inward, the ceiling lowering until I felt trapped in a box made of secrets and accusations. Through the single window, I could see the street below, normal and peaceful in the late afternoon light. People passed by the bookstore without stopping, without looking up, as if the building had become invisible to them. I pressed my palms against the glass and tried to call out, but no sound emerged from my throat. That's when I saw myself in the reflection, but not as I expected. The face looking back was older, more haggard, with eyes that held knowledge I didn't remember acquiring. Behind my reflection, the room appeared different, cleaner, emptier, as if it had been carefully cleaned and arranged to hide evidence of what had occurred there. I spun around, but the room remained as cluttered and disturbed as before. When I looked back at the window, my reflection had returned to normal, and the room behind it matched what I could see with my own eyes. The contradiction made my head spin, and I sank into the owner's chair, trying to make sense of what was happening to me. The letter on the desk seemed to glow in the fading light. I read it again, more carefully this time, and noticed details I'd missed before. The dreams the owner described weren't just about a customer, but about a specific person whose face he could never quite remember upon waking. Someone who asked too many questions, who lingered too long, who seemed to be searching for something beyond books. My hands moved without my conscious direction, opening drawers and rifling through their contents. I found receipts for purchases I didn't remember making, books I couldn't recall buying. My own signature appeared on forms and agreements, but the handwriting looked foreign to me, as if someone else had signed my name. In the bottom drawer, wrapped in a cloth that smelled of lavender and fear, I discovered a small recorder. My fingers found the play button, and my own voice filled the room, having a conversation I had no memory of. I was asking about the owner's routines, his habits, when he was most likely to be alone in the store. The questions were casual, friendly, but their purpose was unmistakable. The recording continued, and I heard myself probing about his health, his family, whether anyone would miss him if he were to disappear. The owner's responses grew increasingly uncomfortable, but he answered nonetheless, perhaps out of politeness or a misplaced trust in a regular customer. I stopped the recording, my hands shaking so violently I could barely control them. The voice was mine, but the intentions behind the words felt alien and terrifying. Had I planned something without knowing it? Was there a part of my mind that operated independently, pursuing goals I couldn't consciously acknowledge? The door suddenly swung open, as if it had never been locked at all. I stumbled down the stairs, clutching the recorder, my legs barely supporting my weight. The main floor of the bookstore looked exactly as I'd left it, peaceful and waiting, but now it felt like a stage set, arranged to support a performance I didn't understand. I approached the counter where the owner's teacup still sat, still warm despite the passage of time. Beside it, I noticed a small appointment book, open to today's date. My name was written in the owner's careful script, but not at my usual Tuesday afternoon time. Instead, it appeared much earlier in the morning hours with a note beside it that made my blood freeze. Final discussion, settlement of accounts. No memory of a morning visit existed in my mind, yet the evidence sat before me in the owner's own handwriting. I flipped through the previous pages and found my name appearing with increasing frequency, often accompanied by notes that suggested our relationship was far more complex than I remembered. References to agreements, to debts, to promises made and broken. The true crime book I'd been reading lay open on the reading chair, but the page had changed. Now it displayed a chapter about memory suppression, about how the mind could protect itself from traumatic events by burying them so deeply that they seemed never to have occurred. The text described cases where perpetrators had genuinely forgotten their own crimes, living for years with no conscious awareness of what they had done. I sank into the chair, the book heavy in my lap, and tried to force my mind back to the morning. Fragments began to emerge, like pieces of a shattered mirror reflecting distorted images. I remembered anger, a confrontation that escalated beyond my control. The owner's face, frightened and pleading, as he backed toward the stairs leading to his office. But even as these memories surfaced, they felt unreliable, like scenes from a movie I'd watched rather than events I'd lived through. The emotions attached to them seemed borrowed, as if I were experiencing someone else's guilt and horror secondhand. The shadows in the store had lengthened considerably, and the afternoon light was fading toward evening. Soon, someone would notice that the bookstore had remained empty all day. Questions would be asked, investigations begun. I needed to leave, to return to my normal life and pretend that this day had never happened. Yet as I stood to go, I caught sight of my reflection in the store's front window. The person looking back at me was both familiar and strange, someone I recognized but didn't fully know. The eyes held secrets, and the mouth was set in a line that suggested knowledge of things better left unspoken. I walked to the door, my footsteps echoing differently now, heavier and more purposeful. As I reached for the handle, the door chime rang out, clear and resonant, though I hadn't touched anything that should have triggered it. The sound seemed to announce my departure, or perhaps my arrival, marking a threshold crossed between one version of reality and another. Outside, the street looked exactly as it had when I'd arrived, but my perception of it had fundamentally altered. Every passerby seemed to watch me with suspicious eyes. Every shadow held the potential for accusation. The weight of the recorder in my pocket felt enormous, a burden of evidence against crimes I couldn't clearly remember committing. As I walked away from the bookstore, I found myself constructing new narratives, alternative explanations that might preserve my sense of innocence. Perhaps the owner had enemies I didn't know about. Perhaps he'd staged his own disappearance to escape debts or obligations. Perhaps everything I'd discovered upstairs was an elaborate fiction, a game or test designed to unsettle me. But deep in my chest, beneath the layers of rationalization and denial, a cold certainty had taken root. Something terrible had happened in that store, and I was connected to it in ways I was only beginning to understand. The question wasn't whether I was guilty, but whether I would ever be able to face the full truth of what I had done. The recorder remained in my pocket, its weight a constant reminder of conversations I didn't remember having, of intentions I couldn't consciously acknowledge. Tomorrow I would have to decide whether to listen to the rest of the recording, to uncover whatever other evidence of my involvement might exist, or I could destroy it, bury it along with the memories that threatened to surface, and continue living as if this day had never occurred. But even as I considered these options, I knew that the choice had already been made for me. The truth, whatever it was, had begun to emerge from the shadows of my consciousness. Whether I welcomed it or fought against it, it would continue to surface piece by piece until I could no longer deny what I had become. The bookstore disappeared behind me, but its silence followed, a reminder of questions that might never be answered and truths that might never be fully revealed. Story 4. The mark asterisk. There was always a scribble, a casual loop of ink at the bottom right corner of the newspaper I collected from my doorstep each morning. At first I assumed it was a print error or perhaps the signature of a hurried delivery worker. Day after day the mark was there, consistent and unremarkable until last Tuesday when the line curved slightly less, leaving an incomplete circle. Yesterday the scribble was gone entirely, replaced by a tiny, precise dot. Today there's nothing at all, just a faint crease in the paper, like an unfinished thought. I hold the newspaper between my fingers, feeling the slight depression where something pressed against it. The paper crinkles softly as I examine the corner under the kitchen light. My coffee grows cold on the counter while I trace the invisible mark with my fingertip. There's definitely an impression there, as if someone drew on the paper above it in a stack, leaving only this ghost of intention behind. The morning air carries the scent of damp earth and something else, something metallic that makes me close the front door a little faster than usual. I've lived in this neighborhood for 12 years, and I know its rhythms, its sounds, its smells. This is different, wrong somehow. I spread the newspaper across my kitchen table, smoothing out every wrinkle. The headlines blur together as I focus on that corner, on what isn't there anymore. My neighbor across the street has been watching me through her window. I can feel her eyes even though I'm not looking back. She's been doing that more often lately, standing behind her sheer curtains with her arms crossed, perfectly still. The phone rings, startling me. The sound echoes through my quiet house, sharp and insistent. I let it ring 4 times before answering, my voice catching slightly when I say hello. Silence, then breathing steady and deliberate, not heavy or threatening, just present, human. Hello, I repeat, pressing the receiver closer to my ear. The breathing continues for several more seconds before the line goes dead. I set the phone back in its cradle, my hand trembling just enough to make the plastic click against the base twice. These calls have been happening for weeks now, always in the morning, always after I've retrieved the newspaper. The timing can't be coincidental. I return to the paper, scanning the local news section. There, buried on page 7, is a small article about a missing woman. She disappeared from her apartment complex 6 blocks from here. No signs of struggle, no witnesses, just an empty apartment with the door unlocked and her purse still on the kitchen counter. The article mentions she worked at the local library, that she was quiet and kept to herself. There's no photograph. My hands grow cold as I read. The woman's apartment number is listed in the article. Building 12, Unit 7. I know that complex. I drive past it every day on my way to work. Building 12 faces the street, and Unit 7 would be on the 2nd floor corner unit. The windows would overlook the parking lot and the row of mailboxes below. I fold the newspaper carefully, making sure the corner with the absent mark faces up. Then I walk to my front window and part the blinds just enough to see across the street. My neighbor is gone, but her curtains are still moving slightly, as if she's just stepped away. The missing woman's name, according to the article, started with the same letter as mine. We're probably close in age, similar build based on the description. Both single, both quiet. The similarities make my skin prickle with an uncomfortable awareness. I decide to drive past the apartment complex on my way to work, taking a route I normally avoid because of the traffic. The building is exactly as I imagined it, weathered brick with small balconies and narrow windows. Unit 7's blinds are closed, but there's something taped to the inside of the glass. I can't make out what it is from the street. At work, I find myself distracted, replaying the morning's events. My colleague notices my preoccupation and asks if I'm feeling well. I tell her about the phone calls, leaving out the details about the newspaper marks and the missing woman. She suggests I contact the phone company, maybe get a new number. Her advice is practical and reasonable, but it doesn't address the growing certainty that these events are connected in ways I don't yet understand. During my lunch break, I drive back to the apartment complex. This time I park closer and walk to the mailboxes. Unit 7's mailbox is stuffed full, envelopes and flyers protruding from the narrow slot. The metal door hangs slightly open, as if someone tried to close it but didn't quite succeed. I glance around to make sure no one is watching, then gently pull out one of the envelopes. It's addressed to the missing woman, but the name has been crossed out with black ink and replaced with mine, written in careful block letters. My heart pounds as I examine the envelope. The postmark is from 3 days ago after she disappeared. The return address is smudged, deliberately obscured. I slip the envelope into my jacket pocket and walk quickly back to my car. My hands shake as I start the engine, and I have to grip the steering wheel tightly to steady them. Someone is playing an elaborate game, and I'm apparently one of the pieces. Back at work, I lock myself in the bathroom and tear open the envelope. Inside is a single sheet of paper with a photocopy of a newspaper clipping. It's the same article about the missing woman, but this version has additional text written in the margins. Notes about her daily routine, her work schedule, her habits. The handwriting is neat and methodical, like someone taking inventory. At the bottom of the page, in the same block letters that replaced her name on the envelope, is a single question. Do you see the pattern yet? I flush the evidence down the toilet and return to my desk, but concentration is impossible. The afternoon drags by in a haze of anxiety and speculation. Every phone call, every footstep in the hallway makes me jump. When 5 o'clock finally arrives, I gather my things quickly and head for the parking garage. My car is exactly where I left it, but something feels different. I walk around it slowly, checking for damage or signs of tampering. Everything appears normal until I reach the driver's side door. There, tucked under the windshield wiper, is a folded piece of paper. I look around the garage, but it's nearly empty now, just a few cars scattered across the dimly lit space. The fluorescent lights buzz overhead, casting everything in harsh shadows. I pull the paper free and unfold it with trembling fingers. It's a hand-drawn map of my neighborhood, with my house marked with a small X. The missing woman's apartment complex is marked as well, along with several other locations I don't immediately recognize. A dotted line connects all the marked points, forming a rough circle with my house at the center. Written at the bottom in those same block letters, the circle is almost complete. I crumple the paper and throw it in a nearby trash can, then immediately retrieve it. Whatever is happening, I need to document it to create some kind of record. I smooth out the wrinkles and fold it carefully before putting it in my purse. The drive home takes twice as long as usual because I keep checking my rearview mirror, convinced that someone is following me. Every car that turns when I turn, every set of headlights that maintains the same distance makes my pulse quicken. By the time I reach my street, I'm sweating despite the cool evening air. My house looks exactly as I left it, but the newspaper is gone from the front step. I always leave it there until evening, then bring it inside to read with dinner. Someone has taken it, or maybe I brought it in this morning and forgot. My memory feels unreliable now, clouded by fear and confusion. I check every lock twice before settling in for the evening. The house feels different, as if the walls themselves are holding their breath. I make dinner but can't eat, my stomach churning with anxiety. Instead, I sit at the kitchen table and try to make sense of the day's events. The phone rings again at exactly the same time as this morning. This time I don't answer. I let it ring and ring until it stops, then immediately starts again. The sound fills the house, echoing off the walls and making my teeth ache. After the third round of ringing, it finally stops. I wait 5 minutes, then check for a dial tone. The line is dead, not just quiet, but completely disconnected. I try my cell phone and get the same result. Someone has cut my phone service, isolating me from the outside world. The silence that follows is worse than the ringing. I can hear every small sound now, the refrigerator humming, the house settling, my own heartbeat in my ears. Outside, a car door slams and footsteps approach on the sidewalk. They stop directly in front of my house. I turn off the kitchen light and move to the window, staying well back from the glass. A figure stands under the street light, too far away to make out clearly. Average height, dark clothing, hands in pockets, watching my house with the patience of someone who has all the time in the world. I back away from the window and consider my options. I could try to leave through the back door, but my car is in the front driveway. I could call for help, but my phones are dead. I could scream, but my nearest neighbor is the woman across the street who's been watching me through her curtains, and I'm no longer certain she's on my side. Instead, I do something that surprises even me. I unlock my front door and step onto the porch. The figure under the streetlight doesn't move or react to my appearance. We stare at each other across the distance, two players in a game whose rules I'm only beginning to understand. The night air is cold against my skin, carrying that same metallic scent I noticed this morning, stronger now. "What do you want?" I call out, my voice carrying clearly in the still air. No response. The figure might as well be a statue. I take a step closer, then another. My bare feet are silent on the concrete walkway. As I approach, details become clearer. The figure is wearing a dark jacket and jeans, hands still buried in pockets. The face is obscured by shadow and the angle of the streetlight. When I'm close enough to hear breathing, the figure finally speaks. "You're not her." The voice is neutral, neither male nor female, neither young nor old, just disappointed. "Well, who did you expect?" The pattern was perfect, the timing, the location, the profile, but you're not her. I realize with growing horror that I'm talking to someone who intended to take me, who has been watching and planning and preparing. The missing woman wasn't random. I wasn't supposed to be random either. "Where is she?" I ask, though I'm not sure I want to know the answer. "Safe, hidden, waiting for the pattern to complete itself." The figure tilts its head slightly, studying me. "But you've disrupted everything. You noticed too much too quickly. You were supposed to be afraid, not curious." The conversation feels surreal, like something happening to someone else. I should run, should scream, should do anything except stand here talking to someone who has clearly done terrible things. But I need to understand. The marks on the newspaper, the phone calls, you were watching me. Preparing you, each mark was a day closer to completion, but you saw the pattern before it was finished. That wasn't supposed to happen. What happens now? The figure reaches into one pocket and pulls out something small and dark. In the streetlight, I can't tell what it is, but the shape is familiar. Rectangular, like the envelope I found in the mailbox. Now you get to choose. You can take her place, complete the pattern as it was meant to be. Or you can walk away, forget everything you've seen and heard, and let someone else fill the role. And if I refuse both options, then the pattern breaks entirely and everything I've worked for becomes meaningless. I can't allow that. The metallic scent is overwhelming now, and I realize it's the smell of fear, of adrenaline, of decisions that can't be undone. My feet are numb with cold, but I don't move. Running feels pointless when I don't know where safety lies. Show me what's in your hand, I say. The figure opens its palm, revealing a small key. Old-fashioned brass, worn smooth from handling. Unit 7, it says simply. The missing woman is still alive, still imprisoned in her own apartment while her life is slowly erased. The mail redirected to my name, the phone calls to establish my routine, the careful documentation of my habits. I was being prepared to take her place in the world while she disappeared from it entirely. Let her go, I say, though I have no power to enforce the demand. The pattern requires balance, one life for another, order for chaos. It's always been this way. This isn't the first time. The pattern repeats itself, different faces, same outcome, until now. I think about the other marks on the map, the locations I didn't recognize. Other apartments, other missing women, other lives carefully erased and replaced. A systematic process disguised as random disappearances. How many? Enough to perfect the method, not enough to satisfy the need. The admission hangs between us like a physical thing. I'm talking to someone who has killed before, who will kill again, who sees human lives as components in some grand design only they understand. The woman across the street, she's part of this. She watches, she reports, she ensures the pattern remains undisturbed. My neighbor, who I've waved to for years, who brings in my packages when I'm not home, who seemed so concerned about my welfare. Another piece of the puzzle, another layer of deception. What happens to the bodies? They serve the pattern, they become part of something larger than themselves. The non-answer chills me more than any graphic description could. The figure's calm detachment, the clinical way it discusses murder and disposal, suggests a mind that has moved far beyond normal human empathy. I won't take her place, I say finally. Then you've chosen the third option. The figure steps closer and I can finally see its face clearly. It's utterly ordinary, the kind of face you'd forget immediately after passing on the street. Middle-aged, unremarkable features, eyes that reflect the streetlight like still water. The banality of evil made manifest in suburban anonymity. Wait, I say, backing away. What if I could give you something better than the pattern? What if I could help you find subjects who won't be missed, who won't disrupt your work? The figure pauses, considering. Continue. You've been choosing randomly, hoping they fit your requirements. but I work with people. I have access to records, to information about who has family, who has connections, who would be noticed if they disappeared. I could help you choose more carefully. It's a desperate lie, but it buys me time to think. The figure's head tilts again, like a bird studying a potential meal. You would become complicit, part of the pattern instead of subject to it. And if that's what it takes, show me. The figure hands me the key to Unit 7. Bring her to me. Prove your commitment to the new arrangement. I take the key, feeling its weight in my palm. Brass, worn smooth, warm from being carried. The missing woman's life reduced to a piece of metal small enough to lose in a pocket. Where do I bring her? You'll know when the time comes. The pattern will guide you. The figure turns and walks away, disappearing into the shadows between streetlights. I stand alone on the sidewalk, holding a key to another woman's prison, complicit in crimes I don't fully understand. I walk back to my house on unsteady legs, my mind racing through possibilities and consequences. I have the key, which means I have access to the missing woman. I could free her, call the police, try to end this nightmare. But my phones are dead, and I don't know how many other people are involved in the pattern. My neighbor, certainly, but who else? How deep does this conspiracy run? Inside, I sit at my kitchen table and stare at the key. It's old, probably original to the apartment building. The number 7 is etched into the head, barely visible after years of handling. I wonder how many other keys this person carries, how many other units they have access to. The house feels different now, no longer a sanctuary but a temporary refuge. Every sound makes me jump, every shadow seems to hide threats. I check the locks again, then push furniture against the doors. It's a futile gesture, but it makes me feel slightly more secure. I try to sleep but can't. Every time I close my eyes, I see that ordinary face, those still water eyes. The matter-of-fact way they discussed murder, as if it were a hobby or a job. The casual mention of previous victims, of a pattern that has been repeating itself for years. By morning, I've made my decision. I'm going to Unit 7, but not to deliver the missing woman to her captor. I'm going to free her and find a way to expose the entire operation. It's dangerous, probably stupid, but doing nothing feels like a different kind of death. I dress carefully, choosing dark colors and comfortable shoes. I put the key in my pocket along with a small knife from my kitchen drawer. It's not much of a weapon, but it's better than nothing. I also take a small flashlight and my cell phone, though I doubt it will work. The apartment complex looks different in daylight, less ominous, but somehow more real. I park several blocks away and walk, taking a circuitous route that allows me to observe the building from different angles. There are no obvious watchers, no suspicious vehicles, but that doesn't mean I'm not being observed. The front door of the building is propped open with a brick, a violation of security that seems too convenient to be accidental. I slip inside and climb the stairs to the second floor, my footsteps echoing despite my efforts to move quietly. Unit 7 is at the end of the hallway, just as I expected. I press my ear to the door and listen. Silence, but not the empty silence of an abandoned apartment. There's a quality to the quiet that suggests presence, someone holding their breath on the other side. I knock softly, 3 gentle taps, no response. I try the key and it turns smoothly in the lock. The door opens inward, revealing a dark apartment with heavy curtains blocking most of the light. "Hello," I whisper into the darkness. A muffled sound comes from somewhere deeper in the apartment, like someone trying to speak through cloth. I step inside and close the door behind me, then turn on my flashlight. The apartment is furnished but feels staged, like a movie set designed to look lived in without actually being inhabited. Personal items are scattered around, but they seem carefully placed rather than naturally accumulated. Photographs on the mantle show the same woman at different ages, but something about them feels artificial, like they were created to establish a false history. I follow the muffled sounds to a bedroom at the back of the apartment. The door is locked, but the same key opens it. Inside, I find her. The missing woman is alive but barely recognizable. She's been bound and gagged, her hair matted and her clothes dirty, but her eyes are alert and filled with desperate hope when she sees me. I rush to untie her, my hands shaking with urgency and fear. "We have to get out of here," I whisper as I work on the knots. "Someone is coming back for you." She tries to speak as soon as I remove the gag, but her voice is hoarse and barely audible. "Not just me," she manages to say. "Others in the basement." My blood turns to ice. The pattern is larger than I imagined, more victims than just this one woman. The basement of the apartment building, probably accessible through a separate entrance, hidden from casual observation. How many others? I don't know. I hear voices sometimes, crying. I help her to her feet, but she's weak and unsteady. Getting her out of the building without being seen will be difficult, but leaving the others is unthinkable. "Can you walk?" She nods, though I'm not sure I believe her. We make our way slowly through the apartment, pausing at the front door to listen for sounds in the hallway. Everything seems quiet, but appearances have been deceiving from the beginning. We're halfway down the stairs when I hear a car door slam outside. Through a small window, I can see the ordinary figure walking toward the building entrance. We're trapped between floors, with nowhere to hide and no time to reach the bottom. I pull the missing woman into an alcove near the second-floor landing, pressing us both against the wall. The front door opens below us, and footsteps begin climbing the stairs. Steady, unhurried, confident. The sound of someone who knows exactly where they're going and what they'll find when they get there. The footsteps pause at the second floor, just out of sight around the corner. I hold my breath and feel the woman beside me do the same. We wait in perfect silence while our captor decides which direction to go. Then the footsteps continue up to the third floor, and I realize we have a few precious moments to escape. I help the woman down the remaining stairs, moving as quickly and quietly as possible. The front door is still propped open, and we slip through it into the morning sunlight. But we're not safe yet. The basement entrance is around the side of the building, and I can't leave without at least trying to help the other victims. I guide the woman to my car and give her the keys. "Drive to the police station," I tell her. "Tell them about the basement, about the others. Don't wait for me." "What about you?" "I have to try to help them." She grabs my arm with surprising strength. "It's too dangerous. They'll kill you." "Maybe, but I can't live with myself if I don't try." I leave her with the car and circle back to the apartment building. The basement entrance is hidden behind overgrown bushes, almost invisible unless you know to look for it. The door is heavy metal, painted to look like wood, with multiple locks, but it's slightly ajar, as if someone left in a hurry and didn't secure it properly. I slip inside and find myself in a narrow hallway lined with doors. The smell here is overwhelming. Fear, desperation, human waste, and something else I don't want to identify. Each door has a small window at eye level, covered with metal grates. I peer through the first window and see a young man huddled in the corner of a small cell. He looks up when he hears me, his eyes wide with terror and hope. I try the door, but it's locked with a different key than the one I carry. Moving down the hallway, I find 5 more occupied cells, each containing a different victim. Men and women of various ages, all in different stages of captivity. Some have been here longer than others, based on their condition and the resigned despair in their eyes. I'm going to get help, I whisper to each of them, though I'm not sure how. The police might not believe the story, might not respond quickly enough. And I don't know how many people are involved in this operation, how deep the corruption runs. I'm examining the locks, trying to figure out how to open them, when I hear footsteps in the hallway behind me. I turn to find the ordinary figure standing in the doorway, blocking my exit. In the artificial light of the basement, their face looks even more unremarkable, like a blank canvas waiting for features to be drawn on it. "You made the wrong choice," they say calmly. "I made the only choice I could live with. You won't have to live with it for long." They step aside and I see my neighbor from across the street behind them, along with 2 other people I don't recognize. All of them have that same bland, forgettable quality, as if ordinariness itself is a disguise they wear. "The pattern requires completion," my neighbor says, speaking for the first time in all the years I've known her. Her voice is exactly what I expected, pleasant, unremarkable, the kind of voice that would never stand out in a crowd. "How long has this been going on?" "Long enough to perfect the process, not long enough to complete the work." "What work? What's the point of all this?" The ordinary figure tilts its head in that bird-like way. "You wouldn't understand. The pattern serves a purpose beyond individual comprehension." "Try me." "Society requires pruning. Excess population, unnecessary individuals, people who contribute nothing of value. We provide a service, removing the surplus and making room for more productive elements." The casual way they discuss human lives as surplus, as weeds to be pulled, makes my stomach turn. These aren't criminals driven by passion or greed. They're something worse, ideologues who have convinced themselves that murder is a public service. "Who decides who's surplus?" The pattern decides. It reveals itself to those who know how to look. I realize there's no reasoning with them, no argument that will change their minds. They've created an entire philosophy to justify their actions, a belief system that makes them feel righteous rather than monstrous. "What happens now?" "Now you join the others while we decide how to repair the damage you've caused." They guide me to an empty cell at the end of the hallway. The door closes with a solid click, and I hear multiple locks engaging. I'm trapped with the other victims, all of us waiting for a fate we can't control or predict. But I'm not entirely helpless. The missing woman escaped with my car and my instructions to contact the police. If she follows through, if the authorities believe her story, if they can find this place before it's too late, there might still be hope. I sit in the corner of my cell and wait, listening to the sounds of the story 5. I stood still, eyes fixed on the narrow corridor where the wallpaper seemed to ripple under the dim glow of a solitary bulb. It buzzed with a low, persistent hum, as if whispering something I couldn't understand. The old house groaned softly, settling into the night while the shadows expanded and contracted like living things. I couldn't tell what was out of place, only that a disquieting weight pressed against the silence. My gaze drifted upward, seeking the source of an unseen draft, when I noticed it, a thread of light sneaking through a gap under the closed door, a a light that shouldn't have been there. The coffee cup sits cold between my palms. I've been holding it for what feels like hours, watching steam that stopped rising long ago. The kitchen window reflects my face back at me, but something about the reflection seems wrong. The eyes are mine, but they hold a knowledge I don't remember acquiring. She always kept her keys in the ceramic bowl by the front door. Always. The sound they made when she dropped them there each evening became part of the house's rhythm, like a heartbeat marking time. But that night the bowl was empty. I stood there staring at its hollow interior, and the silence felt thick enough to choke on. I should mention the letters. They started arriving before I understood what they meant. Plain white envelopes with no return address, containing photographs of rooms I recognized but couldn't place. Furniture arranged just slightly wrong, shadows falling at impossible angles. In one image, my own jacket hung on a chair I'd never owned. The basement door was always locked. She insisted on it, said the foundation was unstable, that the stairs might give way. But I'd pressed my ear against the wood sometimes and heard nothing that sounded like settling or decay. Only a soft scratching, rhythmic and patient, like someone marking days on a calendar. Memory plays tricks, I know this now. What I thought happened in the kitchen might have occurred in the living room. The conversation I remembered having on a rainy afternoon could have taken place during a drought. But the feeling remains constant, that sensation of being watched from inside my own life. The neighbor mentioned seeing lights in our windows when we were supposed to be away. Warm yellow rectangles glowing against the darkness, moving from room to room as if someone were going about their evening routine. I told her she must have been mistaken. Houses don't illuminate themselves. But I wondered about the timer switches I'd never installed and the lamps that seemed to know when to turn on. There's a photograph on the mantelpiece that troubles me. We're both smiling, standing in front of a lake I don't remember visiting. The water behind us is perfectly still, reflecting nothing. When I look closely, I can see that our shadows fall in different directions, as if we were photographed separately and assembled later. The police asked about her habits. Did she smoke? No. Drink? Occasionally. Any history of depression? I paused too long before answering, and they wrote something in their notebooks. They wanted to know about the insurance policy, the one I'd forgotten I'd signed. The signature looked like mine, but the pen strokes felt foreign under scrutiny. I found her journal wedged behind the headboard. Pages filled with handwriting that resembled hers but contained thoughts I'd never heard her express. Fears about being followed, suspicions about phone calls that ended when she answered, entries describing conversations with me that I couldn't recall having. The final entry was just my name, written over and over until the pen tore through the paper. The realtor called it a motivated sale. The previous owners had left suddenly, abandoning furniture and personal belongings as if they'd simply evaporated. We bought the house for less than it was worth, and I convinced myself this was luck rather than warning. The keys they gave us opened every door except one in the basement, but we told ourselves we'd change the locks eventually. Sleep became unreliable. I'd wake to find windows open that I remembered closing, or discover the front door standing ajar despite the security chain being engaged. Sometimes I'd hear her voice calling my name from rooms I knew were empty, and I'd follow the sound until it led me in circles through the house. The investigating officer had kind eyes but persistent questions. She asked why I'd waited so long to report the disappearance. I tried to explain that absence can feel like presence, that empty spaces sometimes hold more weight than occupied ones. She nodded politely and made more notes. I started mapping the sounds the house made, trying to distinguish between settling wood and human movement. The creak on the seventh stair happened whether anyone was walking on it or not. The bathroom faucet dripped in Morse code patterns that spelled nothing coherent, but footsteps in the hallway at 3 in the morning felt deliberate, purposeful. Her sister called asking about the missing jewelry box, the one with their grandmother's ring inside. I searched everywhere, even places it couldn't logically be. Behind books on shelves, inside the refrigerator, beneath couch cushions. The absence of something I'd never paid attention to became overwhelming. The photograph albums tell conflicting stories. Some show us together in places we never traveled to. Others contain empty spaces where pictures once were, marked only by corner tabs and faded adhesive. I can't determine which version represents truth and which represents wishful thinking or careful revision. I discovered the spare key hidden in a fake rock near the garden gate, but we'd never placed it there, and I couldn't remember giving anyone else permission to access our home. The key was worn smooth, as if it had been used frequently. It fit the basement door perfectly. The stairs descended further than the house's foundation should have allowed. Each step echoed with a hollow sound that suggested vast empty spaces below. At the bottom, I found a room that mirrored our living room exactly, complete with the same furniture arranged in identical positions, but everything was covered in dust, as if it had been abandoned for decades. Phone records showed calls made from our landline during hours when the house was supposed to be empty. Long conversations with numbers I didn't recognize, occurring with regular frequency. When I dialed those numbers, they connected to automated services for funeral homes and missing person hotlines. I started leaving markers to track my own movements, a book placed at a specific angle on the coffee table, a glass positioned precisely on the kitchen counter. Each morning these items had shifted slightly, as if someone were living parallel routines in the same space, or as if I were forgetting my own actions. The basement room contained a desk with papers spread across its surface. Forms with my signature authorizing things I couldn't remember agreeing to, bank statements for accounts I'd never opened, and photographs of the house taken from inside, showing rooms occupied by people I almost recognized but couldn't quite place. Her disappearance felt less like departure and more like dissolution. Clothes remained in the closet but seemed emptier than hangers should hold. The bathroom still smelled like her shampoo, but the bottles were full as if never used. Her coffee mug sat in the sink, stained with lipstick in a shade she never wore. The investigating officer returned with different questions about the insurance policy I'd forgotten, about the previous owners who'd also disappeared, about the basement room that wasn't mentioned in the house's original blueprints. Her kind eyes had grown suspicious, but I couldn't tell if she suspected me of lying or of being lied to. I began to understand that the house had been preparing for us long before we arrived. The furniture we thought we'd chosen had been waiting in rooms arranged for our specific patterns of movement. The photographs on the walls showed our faces in frames that had been hanging there for years. We hadn't moved into this house, we'd completed it. The thread of light under the basement door pulses now, keeping time with my heartbeat. I've been standing in this corridor for hours or minutes or days, trying to decide whether to open the door or continue pretending I never found the key. The wallpaper continues its subtle movement, and the bulb overhead whispers secrets in a frequency just below comprehension. I think I understand now why the previous owners left so suddenly, why the police officers' questions grew more pointed with each visit, why the photographs show us in places we never went and the journals contain thoughts we never thought. This house doesn't just shelter occupants, it creates them, complete with histories and memories and evidence of lives that feel real until you examine them too closely. The key is warm in my palm, and the light beneath the door seems to be waiting for me to make a choice. But I'm beginning to suspect that the choice was made long ago by someone who looked like me and answered to my name and left behind just enough evidence to create reasonable doubt about what really happened in this place that looks like home but feels like a carefully constructed trap. The buzzing of the overhead bulb has changed pitch, and I swear it's trying to tell me something important about the difference between disappearing and never having existed at all. Story 6. I was seated in the middle of the room, eyes fixed on the window where the curtain barely stirred. The air was thick, warmer than it should have been, like it held its breath, waiting. A faint hum came from somewhere. I couldn't place a refrigerator or far-off engine, neither too loud nor too soft. The shadows seemed content where they lay, draped over familiar corners, yet I felt them tense, as if they knew something I didn't. The temperature subtly shifted, almost imperceptibly, and that's when I saw it. A faint imprint on the glass, a touch that hadn't been there before. The nausea hits first always, like cold metal sliding down my throat, settling in my stomach where it spreads outward in slow waves. My hands are damp against the chair arms, and I can't remember when I started sweating. The imprint on the glass looks like fingers, but smaller than mine, delicate, the kind of touch that leaves barely any trace, yet somehow marks everything it encounters. I keep thinking about the basement, not the one in this house, another basement, with concrete walls that wept moisture and a single bulb that cast everything in harsh, unforgiving light. There was a smell down there, something sweet mixed with something else I couldn't identify, still can't. My mother used to send me down to fetch preserves from the shelves she'd lined along the far wall. Mason jars filled with peaches and pears, their contents floating in syrup like specimens in formaldehyde. But that's not right. My mother never made preserves. She could barely manage to heat soup from a can without burning it. The kitchen was always cluttered with takeout containers and dirty dishes that accumulated like sediment. So whose basement was it? Whose jars were those? The handprint on the window seems to pulse, growing clearer when I'm not looking directly at it, fading when I focus. Like trying to see stars, they appear in your peripheral vision, but vanish the moment you turn your head. I wonder if I should clean it off, but something stops me. Some instinct that whispers it's evidence of something important, though I can't recall what. There was a child involved, this much I know, though the details slip away like water through cupped hands. A small person with dark hair and eyes that seemed too old for their face. They wore a yellow sweater, or maybe it was blue. Colors have a way of shifting in my memory, bleeding into each other like watercolors left in rain. The child would appear in doorways, always at the edge of my vision, never quite where I expected them to be. I remember driving somewhere with them in the back seat. The radio played static between stations, and I kept adjusting the mirror to check on them, but every time I looked, they seemed to have moved slightly. Not dramatically, just a shift of position that suggested they'd been watching me watch them. Their reflection in the window was clearer than their actual presence, as if they existed more fully in reflections than in reality. The car smelled like vanilla air freshener and something underneath it, something organic and slightly sour, like milk left too long in the sun. I rolled down the windows, but the smell persisted, seemed to be coming from inside the car itself, from the upholstery, maybe, or from us. Where were we going? The road stretched ahead, empty and gray, lined with trees that grew thicker as we drove. I remember thinking we were going too far from town, too far from help if something went wrong. But what could go wrong? It was just a drive, just a simple trip to where? The nausea intensifies and I have to close my eyes. When I open them, the handprint on the window has changed. Now it looks like it was made from the inside, pressing outward rather than inward. The glass is fogged around it, as if someone had been breathing against it, trying to get out rather than in. I think about the basement again, but now I'm not the one going down to fetch preserves. I'm the one standing at the top of the stairs looking down at someone else. Someone small, wearing that yellow or blue sweater, standing among the mason jars with their back to me. They're reaching for something on the highest shelf, stretching up on their toes, and I want to call out to them to be careful, but my voice won't work. The bulb flickers, casting their shadow in stuttering movements across the concrete wall. For a moment, it looks like there are two shadows, one belonging to the child, and another, larger one that doesn't correspond to anyone in the room. When the light steadies, there's only the child, still reaching, still stretching towards something I can't see. I blink and suddenly I'm in a different room entirely. White walls, white floor, everything sterile and bright. There's a woman in a uniform talking to me, her mouth moving but the words arriving delayed, like dialogue in a badly dubbed movie. She's asking me questions I can't quite hear, holding a clipboard and nodding at my responses even though I don't remember speaking. The child is here too, sitting in a chair that's too big for them, legs dangling and swinging in a rhythm that doesn't match anything, not the woman's speech, not my heartbeat, not the fluorescent lights humming overhead. They're wearing different clothes now, something gray and institutional, and their hair has been cut shorter. When they look at me, their expression is blank, unreadable. I want to say something to explain, but explain what? The woman keeps talking and I catch fragments, routine questions, standard procedure, just a formality. The child's leg stops swinging. The silence that follows is so complete it seems to have weight. Back in my chair, staring at the window, I try to piece together the sequence of events. The drive came first, then the basement, then the white room. Or maybe the basement was first, then the drive, then the white room. The order seems important, crucial even, but every time I try to arrange the memories chronologically, they slip and rearrange themselves like puzzle pieces that don't quite fit together. The handprint is definitely clearer now. I can see the individual finger marks, the slight smear where a palm pressed against the glass. It's small, child-sized, and positioned at about the height a child would reach if they were standing on their toes, trying to see out, or trying to get out. I remember now that there was a game we used to play, hide and seek, but with rules that kept changing. Sometimes I would count and they would hide. Sometimes they would count and I would hide. But more often it seemed like we were both hiding from something else, something that moved through the house when we weren't looking, leaving doors open that we'd closed, moving objects from one room to another. The child was good at hiding, too good. I would search for what felt like hours, calling their name though I can't remember what their name was and finding nothing. Then I would turn around and they would be standing right behind me, smiling that strange, knowing smile that made my skin crawl. I was here the whole time, they would say. You just weren't looking in the right place. But where was the right place? And why did I always feel like I was the one being watched, even when I was supposed to be the one doing the seeking? The woman in the white room asked me about games. I remember that now. She wanted to know what we did together, how we spent our time. I told her about hide and seek, and she wrote something on her clipboard. When she looked up at me, her expression had changed. There was something in her eyes that hadn't been there before, suspicion, maybe, or concern. "And where did you usually play this game?" she asked. I told her about the house, about the many rooms and closets and corners where a small person could disappear. But as I spoke, I realized I couldn't quite picture the layout of the house. The rooms seemed to shift and multiply in my memory, hallways extending longer than they should, doors opening onto spaces that couldn't possibly fit within the structure I thought I knew. The child spoke then, their voice so quiet I had to strain to hear it. We played in the basement too. The woman's pen stopped moving. She looked from the child to me and back again. The fluorescent light seemed to buzz louder, and I could smell that same sweet, unidentifiable odor that had been in the basement, in the car, everywhere we went together. Tell me about the basement, the woman said. But I couldn't. Every time I tried to form words, they dissolved before reaching my tongue. The basement existed in my memory like a photograph that's been overexposed, all the details burned away by too much light, leaving only vague shapes and impressions. The child, however, had no such difficulty. It was cool down there, they said, dark. There were jars on the shelves, and sometimes we would pretend they were full of eyes watching us. There was a drain in the floor that made gurgling sounds and a smell like flowers that were dying. I wanted to correct them to say that the jars were full of fruit, not eyes, and that the smell was vanilla air freshener, not dying flowers. But when I opened my mouth, no sound came out, and the more I thought about it, the less certain I became about what the jars actually contained or what that smell really was. The handprint on the window is beginning to fade now, edges becoming indistinct. I wonder if it was ever really there, or if it was just a trick of light and shadow, my mind projecting meaning onto random patterns. But the feeling remains, that sense of being watched, of being judged, of carrying something heavy and shameful that I can't quite name. I remember the last time I saw the child. We were standing at the edge of a field, tall grass swaying around us in a wind I couldn't feel. They were wearing the yellow sweater again, definitely yellow now, bright as a warning sign. Their back was to me, and they were looking out across the field toward a line of trees that seemed impossibly far away. I have to go now, they said without turning around. I wanted to ask where, wanted to follow, but my feet seemed rooted to the ground. The child began walking toward the trees, their small figure growing smaller with each step. I called out to them, but the wind, which I still couldn't feel, carried my voice away. When they reached the tree line, they turned back once. Even at that distance, I could see their face clearly, more clearly than I'd ever seen it when they were close. They raised one hand in what might have been a wave or might have been something else entirely. Then they were gone. I sit in my chair, staring at the window where the handprint has now completely disappeared. The curtain still barely stirs, the air still holds its breath, the shadows still know something I don't, but the child is gone, has been gone, will always be gone. The woman in the white room had more questions, but I couldn't answer them. How do you explain something that exists only in the spaces between memory and dream? How do you describe a presence that was more real in its absence than it ever was when it was there? The nausea never fully goes away. It ebbs and flows like a tide, sometimes receding enough that I can almost forget it's there, sometimes surging so strongly that I have to grip the arms of my chair to keep from falling. Right now, it's somewhere in between, a constant low-level discomfort that colors everything I see and think and remember. I think the child is still here in some way, still hiding, still playing the game, still watching from places I can't see. Sometimes I catch movement in my peripheral vision, a flash of yellow or blue, a small shadow that doesn't correspond to any object in the room. Sometimes I hear footsteps overhead when I know I'm alone in the house, or the sound of a door closing somewhere distant. The handprint appears and disappears at irregular intervals, never quite the same size or position, never quite clear enough to be certain it's really there. But I know it is, just as I know the child is still here, still reaching, still trying to touch something on the other side of the glass. The game continues, even though I'm no longer sure who's hiding and who's seeking, or what we're supposed to be looking for. All I know is that I'm still sitting in this chair, still watching the window, still waiting for something to happen or unhappen or happen differently than it did before. The shadows shift slightly, and for a moment I think I see a small figure standing in the corner, wearing that yellow sweater, watching me with those two old eyes. But when I turn to look directly, there's nothing there but empty space and the lingering scent of dying flowers. The nausea surges again, and I close my eyes, trying to remember what I'm supposed to be forgetting, or forget what I'm supposed to be remembering. The distinction has become meaningless, like the difference between dreaming and waking, between guilt and innocence, between presence and absence. When I open my eyes, there's a new mark on the window, not a handprint this time, but something else. Something that looks almost like a word written in condensation that shouldn't be there. But I can't quite make out what it says. Story 7. The front door was found closed, though the lock had not engaged properly. Initial inspection of the living space indicated orderliness. Books were aligned by height, magazines stacked neatly, and chairs arranged symmetrically around the table. One plate sat on the dining table, unused, alongside a knife and fork that bore no remnants of food. The refrigerator was operational, yet emitted a faint hum unusual for its model. Observations of the bedroom revealed an untouched bed and an alarm clock disconnected from its power source held at exactly midnight. Cabinet doors in the kitchen were firmly shut, but the sugar jar was missing its lid, the contents undisturbed. The window latches were secure, though a draft persisted across the floor. That humming sound keeps coming back to me, not the refrigerator, something else. Something that doesn't belong in the silence I remember, or think I remember. Memory is such a strange thing, isn't it? The way it holds on to fragments while letting whole conversations slip away like water through your fingers. I was there, I know I was there because I can still feel the cold draft on my ankles. The way it moved across the floor in patterns that made no sense, like invisible fingers tracing paths only they could see. But when was I there, before or after? The question sits in my throat like a stone. The sugar jar bothers me most. Why would someone remove the lid and leave everything else so perfectly arranged? I keep seeing it in my mind, white granules catching light from somewhere, though I can't remember any lights being on. Maybe moonlight, maybe something else entirely. There was a conversation, I'm almost certain of it. Voices that seemed to come from the walls themselves, though that's impossible. One voice kept saying something about being careful, about making sure everything looked right, natural. The other voice was quieter, harder to make out. It might have been my own. I remember touching the books on the shelf, running my finger along their spines like I was reading Braille. They were cold, as if no one had opened them in a very long time. But they were arranged so precisely, by height, creating this perfect staircase pattern that hurt to look at. Too perfect, too deliberate. The plate haunts me, clean and white and waiting for something that would never come. I think I know whose plate it was supposed to be, but every time I reach for that knowledge, it scurries away like a mouse into darkness. The fork and knife beside it were positioned just so, as if someone had measured the distances with a ruler. Was I alone? The question echoes in the spaces between my thoughts. Sometimes I remember footsteps that weren't mine, a presence that moved through the rooms like smoke. Other times I'm certain I was the only one there, that all the sounds were just the house settling, just my imagination filling the silence with phantoms. The bedroom door was open. I'm sure of that detail because I remember standing in the doorway, looking at that untouched bed with its corners tucked tight as envelope flaps. Military precision. The alarm clock sat on the nightstand like a stopped heart, its hands frozen at midnight. But clocks don't just stop at midnight. Someone has to make them stop. I keep trying to remember why I was there in the first place. Was I looking for something, someone? The harder I concentrate, the more the details shift and blur, like trying to hold on to smoke. I see myself walking through those rooms, but I can't remember arriving. Can't remember leaving either. The draft was wrong, that's what keeps nagging at me. All the windows were latched, I checked them myself. Ran my hands along the frames, felt for gaps, tested the locks. But still that cold air moved across the floor, carrying scents I couldn't identify. Something sweet mixed with something metallic, like pennies and vanilla. There was music playing somewhere. Or maybe it was just that humming sound again, taking on melody in my fractured recollection. Something soft and mournful that seemed to come from inside the walls. I followed it from room to room, but it was always just out of reach, always in the next space over. The kitchen cabinets were all closed tight, but I remember opening them, looking for something. What was I looking for? The shelves were neat as a museum display, everything in its proper place except for that sugar jar with its missing lid, white crystals spilling light like tiny stars. I think someone was watching me, not physically present, but observing somehow. I could feel eyes on my back as I moved through the rooms, cataloging the strange perfection of it all. The way everything was arranged like a stage set waiting for actors who would never come. The refrigerator's hum was different from the other sound, mechanical and steady, a bass note under the higher, stranger frequency that seemed to vibrate in my bones. I opened it once, or maybe I just dreamed I did. Empty shelves gleaming clean, but something had been there recently. The ghost of presence lingered in the cold air. Why can't I remember leaving? I remember arriving now, though the details are fuzzy. Walking up to that front door with its improperly engaged lock, pushing it open. The smell of cleaning products and something underneath, something organic and patient. The magazines on the coffee table were all the same issue. I didn't notice that at first, but now I can see them clearly in my mind's eye. The same cover repeated over and over, creating a pattern that made my eyes water. Someone had arranged them that way deliberately. Someone with time and purpose and a reason I can't quite grasp. I spoke to someone, the memory surfaces like a bubble breaking on water's surface. My own voice saying something about how quiet it was, how still. And another voice, was it real or just echo, agreeing. Yes, so quiet, so perfectly quiet. The chairs around the dining table were positioned like compass points, north, south, east, west, but there were 5 chairs, not 4. The 5th one faced away from the table, toward the window where that impossible draft originated. Someone had been sitting there, watching, waiting. I keep returning to the sugar jar. The missing lid troubles me more than it should. Sugar doesn't spoil, doesn't need to be covered immediately. But someone had removed that lid with purpose, had left it off as a message or a sign. The white granules caught light and threw it back in tiny sparkles that hurt to look at directly. The humming grows louder when I think about it, not mechanical like the refrigerator, but organic, almost vocal. Like someone trying to remember a tune they'd heard once in a dream. It followed me from room to room, or maybe I followed it. The distinction seems important, but I can't grasp why. There was a photograph missing from a frame on the mantelpiece. I know this because the frame was there, empty, its backing still in place, but nothing behind the glass. Just absence where presence should have been. The other frames held pictures of strangers, or maybe they weren't strangers. Maybe I just couldn't remember who they were. The untouched bed bothers me almost as much as the sugar jar. Sheets pulled tight enough to bounce a coin, pillows positioned with geometric precision. but there was an impression in the mattress, subtle but unmistakable. Someone had been lying there, had pressed their weight into that perfect surface and left a ghost of themselves behind. I think I was looking for evidence. The word surfaces in my mind like debris from a shipwreck. Evidence of what? The rooms held secrets in their excessive order, their museum-quality arrangement. Everything positioned just so, as if someone had spent considerable time making sure it all looked natural while being anything but. The draft carried whispers. I'm almost certain of this now, though the words remain just beyond comprehension. Fragments of conversation from another time, another place. Voices discussing plans and precautions and the importance of making everything appear normal, untouched. That midnight frozen on the alarm clock face feels significant. Midnight is when one thing ends and another begins, when the world holds its breath between heartbeats. Someone had stopped time at that precise moment, had captured it like a butterfly in amber. But why? I remember checking the locks again before I left, or before I thought I left, testing the windows, rattling the latches, making sure everything was secure. But secure from what? To keep something in or something out. The distinction blurs in my recollection like watercolors in rain. The knife and fork beside that empty plate were positioned with surgical precision, exactly parallel, exactly spaced. I touched them once their metal was warm, as if someone had been holding them recently. But the plate remained pristine, waiting for a meal that would never come. Sometimes I think I dreamed it all. The perfect rooms, the impossible draft, the humming that seemed to come from inside my own skull. But then I remember the cold metal of those utensils, the way the sugar crystals caught light, the weight of eyes watching from empty spaces. The missing photograph haunts me. Who had been removed from that frame and why? The glass was clean, recently cleaned, as if someone had taken great care to erase all traces of whoever had been captured there. But erasure leaves its own kind of evidence, doesn't it? I keep coming back to that humming sound, not quite music, not quite voice, but something in between. It seemed to emanate from the walls themselves, from the spaces between spaces. Following it led me in circles through those perfectly arranged rooms, always chasing something just out of reach. The sugar jar sits in my memory like a white beacon, lid missing, contents undisturbed, catching light that shouldn't have been there. Someone had opened it deliberately, had left it as a marker or a message, sweet crystals spelling out words in a language I couldn't read. That draft continues to move across the floor of my recollection, carrying scents and whispers and the weight of things left undone. Cold air flowing through sealed spaces, defying logic and reason, like breath from another world, patient and persistent and wrong. Story 8. The morning sun filtered through the gauzy curtains, casting soft shadows on the polished wooden floor. The scent of freshly brewed coffee mingled with the crisp smell of autumn leaves that had somehow found their way inside. Everything seemed in order, yet a strange hum vibrated through the air, like a whisper trapped within the walls. As I stepped into the hallway, the echo of footsteps reverberated briefly and faded, leaving an unsettling silence behind. I paused, listening. The house held its breath around me, each familiar creak and settling sound absent, as if the very structure was waiting for something. My fingers traced the smooth banister, feeling for the small chip in the wood that had been there since childhood, a tiny imperfection that served as an anchor to reality. It was gone. The wood was pristine, unblemished. The coffee cup on the kitchen counter was still warm when I touched it, though I couldn't remember making it. Steam rose in lazy spirals, carrying with it a bitter undertone that seemed wrong somehow. Too strong, too deliberate. I lifted it to my lips but stopped, noticing the lipstick mark on the rim. a shade I'd never worn, in a color that seemed to shift between burgundy and brown depending on the light. The leaves scattered across the hardwood floor formed no pattern I could discern, yet they felt intentional. Each one perfectly preserved, their edges crisp despite having supposedly blown in from outside. But the windows were closed, had been closed since the night before when the temperature dropped and I'd sealed the house against the autumn chill. I found myself moving through rooms I knew by heart, yet everything felt slightly off kilter. The photograph on the mantel, a family gathering from some distant celebration, showed faces I recognized but couldn't quite place. Their smiles seemed too wide, their eyes focused on something just beyond the camera's frame. In the center, a woman who looked remarkably like me but wasn't quite right. Her hair was longer, her posture more confident, her expression holding secrets I didn't remember keeping. The phone rang, cutting through my observations with its harsh electronic trill. I let it ring once, twice, before lifting the receiver. The voice on the other end was familiar yet distant, like hearing someone speak underwater. "You found them, didn't you?" The words were spoken with certainty, not as a question. "Found what? Don't pretend, we both know why you're there." The line went dead before I could respond, leaving me with the dial tone humming in my ear like that strange vibration I'd noticed earlier. I set the phone down carefully, noting how my hand trembled slightly. The caller hadn't identified themselves, yet their voice carried an intimacy that suggested we'd spoken many times before. I walked back to the hallway, studying the walls more carefully. Family photographs lined the corridor, but they told a story I couldn't quite piece together. Faces appeared and disappeared from frame to frame, as if people had been carefully edited out of the narrative. In one photo, an empty chair sat at a dinner table surrounded by smiling relatives. In another, a shadow fell across the group in a way that suggested someone had been standing just outside the shot. The basement door stood slightly ajar, though I was certain I'd left it closed. The darkness beyond seemed to breathe, expanding and contracting with each beat of my heart. I descended the wooden steps, each one groaning under my weight in a rhythm that sounded almost like Morse code. The air grew colder with each step, carrying the metallic taste of old pipes and forgotten spaces. At the bottom, boxes lined the walls in neat rows, each one labeled in handwriting I didn't recognize. The script was elegant, careful, but the words seemed to shift when I wasn't looking directly at them. One box, marked with what appeared to be my name, sat open on a makeshift table. Inside, newspaper clippings lay scattered like fallen leaves. The headlines swam before my eyes, words rearranging themselves into new meanings. Missing person reports, accident investigations, unsolved disappearances. Each article featured a different photograph, but the faces all shared certain features: the same eyes, the same smile, the same way of tilting their heads slightly to the left when posing for cameras. My hands moved through the clippings without conscious direction, sorting them by date, by location, by the color of ink used in the printing. Patterns emerged and dissolved like smoke. 3 women, 5 women, dozens of women, all connected by invisible threads that led nowhere and everywhere at once. A tape recorder sat beside the box, its red recording light blinking steadily. I pressed play, and my own voice filled the basement air, speaking words I didn't remember saying. The first one was an accident, at least that's what I told myself. She looked so much like me that people often mistook us for sisters, sometimes even twins. When she didn't come home that night, when they found her car by the lake, when they stopped searching after the current carried everything away, I felt something I'd never experienced before. Relief mixed with loss, like losing a limb that had always caused pain. I stopped the tape, my finger hovering over the rewind button. The voice was unmistakably mine, but the words belonged to someone else. Someone who had done things I couldn't remember doing, who had felt emotions I couldn't recognize as my own. The phone rang again upstairs, its sound muffled by the basement ceiling but still insistent. I climbed the steps slowly, counting each one, trying to match the number to my memory of descending. There were more going up than there had been going down, but that seemed like the kind of detail that mattered less than it should. "You can't keep pretending," the same voice said when I answered. "The police called this morning. They found the car." "What car?" "Her car, the one you said went into the lake. Except it's been sitting in your garage this whole time, hasn't it?" I walked to the window that faced the garage, phone cord stretching behind me like an umbilical cord. The building looked the same as always, weathered wood siding and a door that hung slightly crooked on its hinges. But there was something different about the shadows it cast, the way the morning light refused to penetrate certain corners. "I don't understand what you're talking about." "Check the garage, then call me back." The line went dead again, leaving me with the receiver pressed against my ear and the dial tone mixing with that persistent humming that seemed to emanate from the walls themselves. I set the phone down and walked to the kitchen drawer where I kept the spare keys, but it was empty except for a single brass key I didn't recognize. The key fit the garage door perfectly, turning with a soft click that seemed to echo longer than it should have. Inside, beneath a tarp that looked like it had been recently placed, sat a car I'd seen before but couldn't place. Blue paint, slightly faded, with a small dent in the rear bumper that formed a pattern like a constellation. The driver's seat was adjusted for someone shorter than me. The rearview mirror reflected my face, but the angle was wrong, set for eyes that sat lower, features that were similar but not identical. In the glove compartment, registration papers bore a name that was almost mine but not quite, as if someone had tried to forge my identity but gotten the details slightly wrong. I found myself sitting in the passenger seat, breathing air that still held traces of someone else's perfume. The scent was familiar in the way that childhood memories are familiar present but impossible to pin down to specific moments. On the floor, partially hidden beneath the seat, lay a single autumn leaf, perfectly preserved and identical to those scattered across my living room floor. The radio crackled to life without my touching it, filling the garage with static that gradually resolved into a voice reading the news. Missing person reports, accident investigations, unsolved disappearances. The same stories I'd found in the basement clippings, but told in present tense, as if they were happening now rather than existing as archived history. I walked back to the house, leaving the garage door open behind me. The morning sun had shifted, casting new shadows that revealed details I'd missed before. Scuff marks on the hardwood floor, as if furniture had been moved recently. Dust patterns on shelves that suggested objects had been removed and replaced. The subtle signs of a life being carefully rearranged by invisible hands. The basement called to me again, that open door like a mouth waiting to swallow secrets. This time I noticed other boxes, older ones with labels too faded to read clearly. Inside one I found more photographs, these showing the same woman in different settings, different clothes, different expressions, but always alone, always posed as if she were trying to prove her existence to some unseen observer. At the bottom of the box lay a diary, its pages filled with handwriting that grew increasingly erratic as the entries progressed. The early pages described a normal life work, friends, family gatherings, the mundane details that make up a human existence. But gradually the entries began to focus on someone else, someone who looked remarkably similar but lived a better life, had better luck, made better choices. Saw her again today at the grocery store, one entry read. The clerk smiled at her the way they never smile at me. She bought expensive coffee, the kind I can never afford. When she walked past, I caught her scent something floral and confident. I followed her home just to see where someone like that lives. The entries continued, detailing observations and comparisons, the slow accumulation of resentment and fascination that built like sediment in still water. The handwriting became smaller, more controlled, as if the writer were trying to contain emotions too large for the pages. She left her window unlocked again. It would be so easy to go inside to see how she arranges her life, what products she uses, what books she reads before falling asleep. I could learn to be her, to live the life she's living. She wouldn't even miss it. She has so much, and I have so little. The final entry was written in a different pen, the ink fresher than the rest. Today I became her. It's easier than I thought it would be. No one notices the small differences, the slight changes in behavior or appearance. They see what they expect to see, and I've learned to give them exactly that. The only problem is the memories hers feel more real than mine now, and sometimes I forget which life I'm actually living. I closed the diary, my hands shaking as I set it back in the box. The basement felt smaller now, the walls pressing closer with each breath I took. Upstairs, the phone began ringing again, its sound sharp and insistent in the morning air. But this time I didn't answer. Instead, I walked to the mirror in the hallway, studying the face that looked back at me. The features were familiar but not quite right, like a photograph that had been slightly overexposed. My reflection seemed to be waiting for something, watching me with eyes that held knowledge I didn't possess. The autumn leaves on the floor had multiplied while I was in the basement, forming a trail that led from the front door to the kitchen, then back to the garage. I followed them, noting how each one was placed with mathematical precision, creating a pattern that spoke of careful planning rather than random chance. In the garage, the car's trunk stood open, though I was certain it had been closed before. Inside, neatly folded clothes lay stacked beside a suitcase that bore travel stickers from places I'd never been. The clothes were my size but not my style, chosen by someone who understood my body but not my preferences. The phone had stopped ringing by the time I returned to the house, but the answering machine blinked with a new message. I pressed play and heard my own voice again, speaking words that felt like they belonged to someone else. I know you're listening to this. I know you're in my house, wearing my life like it's a costume you can put on and take off at will. But you can't erase me completely. I'm still here in the spaces between your memories and the details you got wrong. The police will figure it out eventually. They always do. The message ended with a soft click, leaving me alone with the morning light and the persistent humming that seemed to grow louder with each passing moment. I looked around the house that felt like home but wasn't quite right, at the life that seemed to fit but didn't quite match, at the reflection in the mirror that showed my face but not my soul. Outside, a car pulled into the driveway, its engine cutting off with a finality that suggested arrival rather than departure. Through the window, I could see two figures approaching the front door, their movements deliberate and official. The autumn leaves scattered across my floor rustled in a breeze that shouldn't have existed in the sealed house. I stood in the hallway, listening to the footsteps on the front porch, waiting for the knock that would come. In my hand, I held the brass key that had opened the garage, though I couldn't remember picking it up. The metal was warm against my palm, as if it had been recently used by someone else's fingers. The morning sun continued to filter through the gauzy curtains, casting shadows that seemed to move independently of their sources. The scent of coffee still lingered in the air, mixing with the smell of autumn leaves, and something else, something that might have been fear or anticipation, or the simple recognition that some truths are too large to hold in a single life. The knock came sharp and authoritative, echoing through the house like a heartbeat. I walked toward the door, each step carrying me further from the person I thought I was and closer to someone I might have always been. Behind me, the house held its breath, waiting to see which version of the truth would survive the morning light. Story 9. I assured them I hadn't touched a thing. The words slipped easily from my lips as they scribbled on their notepads, eyes darting to each other with a shared understanding. The air around felt thick, charged like static before a storm, yet I pretended not to notice. The chair in the corner tilted slightly, cushions dented in a way that suggested recent use. A cool draft carried the scent of freshly upturned earth, mingling with a lingering bittersweet aroma hanging in the air. And despite the silence that enveloped the room, I swore I heard an echo of a quiet, deliberate breath. The creak beneath my feet spoke of a weight I refused to acknowledge, yet I stood firm in my assertion. The clock on the mantel seemed to nod in agreement amidst the unfolding deception. The nausea comes first, always, a rolling wave that starts somewhere deep in my chest and spreads outward like spilled ink on paper. I've been carrying it for days now, maybe weeks. Time has become elastic, stretching and contracting without warning. The feeling clings to my ribs, a persistent ache that no amount of breathing seems to relieve. My hands remember things my mind refuses to process. The texture of something smooth and cold, the weight of responsibility settling into my palms like stones. I catch myself staring at my fingers, turning them over in the light, searching for evidence that isn't there. Clean, too clean, perhaps, the kind of cleanliness that screams of intention. There was a garden. I remember the garden because of the way the soil felt under my fingernails afterward. Rich and dark, with an earthy sweetness that reminded me of childhood summers. But this memory feels borrowed, like something I've seen in a photograph rather than lived. The spade leaning against the shed wall, the careful rows of disturbed earth, the way the ground seemed to exhale when disturbed. She used to hum while she worked, low, tuneless melodies that drifted through the house like smoke. I can still hear them sometimes, threading through my thoughts when I'm trying to sleep. The humming stops abruptly in my memory, cut off mid-note as if someone had pressed a pause button. The silence that follows is deafening. The investigators kept asking about the timeline, what happened first, what came next. But memory doesn't work that way, does it? It's more like a shattered mirror, reflecting fragments of truth from impossible angles. I told them what I could remember, which felt like trying to catch water with my bare hands. There was a conversation, voices raised, then suddenly lowered to urgent whispers. The words themselves have dissolved, leaving only the emotional residue. Anger, yes, but something else too. Fear, maybe, or disappointment so sharp it could cut glass. I remember backing toward the door, my hand finding the doorknob without conscious thought. The metal was warm, as if someone else had been gripping it moments before. The kitchen window faced the garden. I know this because I spent so much time standing there, watching. The curtains were yellow, a cheerful color that seemed obscene in retrospect. Through that window I could see the shed, the neat rows of vegetables, the compost pile in the far corner. Everything looked normal from that distance, peaceful even. But normal is a lie we tell ourselves to make sense of chaos. The phone rang at some point. I remember the sound cutting through the house like a blade, sharp and insistent. I didn't answer, couldn't answer. My feet had turned to lead, rooting me to the spot where I stood. The ringing stopped eventually, but the echo seemed to linger in the walls, a metallic vibration that made my teeth ache. My reflection in the bathroom mirror looked like a stranger. Hollow eyes, pale skin stretched too tight over sharp bones. I splashed cold water on my face, watching pink swirl down the drain. Just water, I told myself. Just water mixed with soap. The mirror showed me nodding, but I didn't remember making the decision to move my head. There's a gap in my memory where something important should be. A black hole that pulls at the edges of everything else, distorting the narrative until nothing makes sense. I probe at it like a tongue finding a missing tooth, but it only makes the absence more pronounced. The investigators noticed this gap too. I could see it in their eyes, the way they leaned forward when I stumbled over words. The basement stairs creaked on the third step from the bottom. I know this because I counted them over and over like a mantra. 13 steps total, each one a small betrayal of my presence. The air down there was different, cooler, heavier, filled with the scent of old concrete and forgotten things. Boxes lined the walls, their contents mysterious and irrelevant. But there was something else down there, something that didn't belong. The taste of copper filled my mouth without warning. I ran my tongue over my teeth, searching for a cut, a source. Nothing, just the metallic tang of fear or guilt or some emotion I couldn't name. It lingered for hours, making food taste like ash, making water feel thick and unswallowable. She always wore that perfume, something floral and expensive that clung to fabric and skin long after she'd left a room. I smelled it everywhere in those final days. In the hallway, in the kitchen, drifting up from the basement like a ghost. Even now, the memory of that scent makes my stomach clench with something that might be grief. The shovel was clean when I put it back. I remember this clearly because I took care to wash it thoroughly, scrubbing away every trace of earth and moisture. The metal gleamed under the shed's single bare bulb, reflecting my face in warped, unrecognizable fragments. I hung it on its designated hook, aligning it perfectly with the other tools, everything in its place. But my hands were shaking. The investigators found the disturbed earth, of course. They always do. Their questions became more pointed, more specific. They wanted to know about my relationship with her, about our last conversation, about the insurance policy I'd forgotten existed until they mentioned it. Their words felt like stones thrown at glass, each one creating new cracks in my carefully constructed version of events. I dream about the garden now. In the dreams, I'm digging endlessly, the hole growing deeper and deeper until I can no longer see the surface. The earth is soft and yielding, almost eager to be moved. Sometimes I find things buried there. Photographs with faces I should recognize but don't. Keys that open no locks I can remember. Jewelry that catches the light like tears. The dreams always end the same way. I'm climbing out of the hole, my clothes dirty and my hands raw, and someone is watching me from the kitchen window. A silhouette backlit by yellow curtains, perfectly still. I can never see the face, but I know they're smiling. The nausea intensifies when I think about that smile. There was blood on the kitchen floor, just a few drops, barely visible against the dark tile. I cleaned it up without thinking, the way you might clean up spilled coffee or tracked in mud. Automatic, mindless. It wasn't until later that I wondered where it had come from. A cut finger, maybe. A nosebleed. These things happen all the time, don't they? The investigators took photographs of everything. The flash of their cameras turned familiar spaces into crime scenes, harsh white light revealing details I'd never noticed before. Scuff marks on the walls, scratches in the wood floor. A small stain on the carpet that could have been anything or nothing. I answered their questions as best I could, but my voice sounded foreign to my own ears. Too high, too careful, like someone reading from a script they hadn't quite memorized. Yes, we'd had disagreements. No, nothing serious. Yes, she'd been acting strangely lately. No, I couldn't say exactly how. The truth is a slippery thing. It changes shape depending on who's holding it, who's asking the questions. What I remembered and what actually happened might be two different things entirely. Memory is unreliable, influenced by emotion and time, and the desperate need to make sense of senseless things. But the garden doesn't lie. The soil tells its own story, layer by layer, year by year. The investigators brought machines that could see through earth, that could detect disturbances invisible to the naked eye. They worked methodically, professionally, turning my careful rows into chaos. I watched from the kitchen window, my hands pressed against the yellow curtains, and tried to remember what I'd buried there. The humming has stopped completely now. The house sits in silence, waiting. Even the clock on the mantel has given up its steady rhythm, its hands frozen at an hour I can't quite read. The investigators come and go, their questions becoming more urgent, more accusatory. They know something I don't know, or maybe they know something I've forgotten. My reflection has grown stranger, more distorted. Sometimes I don't recognize the person looking back at me from mirrors and windows. The eyes are wrong, too knowing. The mouth holds secrets it won't share. I've started avoiding reflective surfaces, but they seem to multiply when I'm not looking. Chrome faucets, picture frames, the black screen of the television all show me fragments of a face that might not be mine. The basement calls to me now, those 13 creaking steps leading down into cool darkness. I count them each time, but the number changes. Sometimes there are more, sometimes fewer. The boxes along the walls have been moved, their contents spilled and examined and deemed irrelevant. But something important is still down there, something the investigators missed. Something I buried deeper than earth. The taste of copper has become permanent, a metallic coating on my tongue that no amount of brushing can remove. Food has lost all flavor except for that persistent tang of fear and guilt and something else I can't name. I've stopped eating much, stopped sleeping much. The nausea has become my constant companion, a reminder of something I should remember but can't quite grasp. She used to stand at the kitchen sink, looking out at the garden while she washed dishes. Her hands moved automatically, efficiently, while her mind wandered somewhere else. I would watch her sometimes from the doorway, studying the curve of her neck, the way the light caught in her hair. She seemed so peaceful in those moments, so unaware of being observed. I wonder if she knew what was coming. The investigators found her jewelry buried in a compost pile, rings and earrings and a necklace I'd given her for some forgotten anniversary. They were tarnished and dirt-stained, but unmistakably hers. I expressed surprise, confusion. How had they gotten there? I had no idea. Perhaps she'd been gardening and taken them off, forgotten about them. But we both knew that wasn't true. The questions multiplied like bacteria, dividing and spreading until they infected every corner of my memory. What happened to her? Where did she go? When did I last see her? The answers felt scripted, rehearsed, but I couldn't remember writing the script. My mouth moved independently of my mind, forming words that might or might not be true. The garden has been destroyed now, turned inside out by machines and investigators and the relentless search for truth. What was once neat and orderly has become a wasteland of churned earth and broken plants. The roses she loved so much lie trampled and forgotten, their petals scattered like confetti at a funeral. But they still haven't found what they're looking for. The dreams have changed. Now I'm the one watching from the kitchen window while someone else digs in the garden. The figure is bent over a shovel, working methodically, purposefully. Sometimes it's me down there, sometimes it's her. Sometimes it's a stranger whose face I can never quite see. The hole grows deeper and deeper until it seems to reach the center of the earth. And still the digging continues. My hands remember the weight of the shovel, the resistance of packed earth, the careful placement of disturbed soil. They remember other things too. The warmth of skin, the fragility of bone, the way life can leave a body so suddenly it seems like magic. But these memories feel borrowed, stolen from someone else's experience. The investigators are closing in. I can feel it in the way they look at me now, in the sharpness of their questions, in the weight of their silence when I stumble over answers. They know something I've forgotten, or maybe they know something I never knew at all. Truth has a way of surfacing, like bodies in water, like secrets in soil. The nausea has evolved into something else now. Not sickness exactly, but a kind of anticipation. The feeling you get at the top of a roller coaster just before the drop. Everything is about to change, about to be revealed, about to make terrible sense. The basement stairs creak under invisible weight, 13 steps, or maybe 14, or maybe none at all. The sound echoes through the house like a heartbeat, steady and relentless. Someone is coming up from the darkness, or maybe someone is going down. The direction doesn't matter anymore. What matters is the weight of truth, pressing down like earth on a coffin. The kitchen window reflects my face now, superimposed over the ruined garden. I look like a ghost haunting my own life, translucent and insubstantial. Behind my reflection, the investigators continue their work, their machines beeping and humming and searching for what I've lost. Or what I've hidden. The clock on the mantel begins to tick again, its hands moving backward through time, unwinding the careful lies I've told myself. The sound is deafening in the silence, marking moments that might never have happened, hours that exist only in the space between truth and memory. And somewhere in that space, she's still humming, story 10. It always began with a tap, a distant yet deliberate sound that echoed ever so faintly through the walls. Every evening, just as the sky faded to dark, 5 soft taps would resonate in succession, a metronomic presence that held a peculiar comfort. For months, the sequence unfolded reliably, a subtle assurance in its consistency. But then the 5th tap lingered, stretching a heartbeat longer than usual. The following night, it arrived a second late. This evening, the pause seems to stretch indefinitely, and there's a sigh in the silence that follows. I'm starting to wonder if I'm the only one who hears it. My fingertips trace the cool surface of the kitchen counter, searching for something to anchor me to the present moment. The marble feels different tonight, somehow rougher beneath my touch, as though the stone itself has absorbed the tension that permeates these walls. I lean against it, pressing my palms flat, and listen. Nothing. The absence of sound carries more weight than the tapping ever did. I find myself holding my breath, waiting for a rhythm that may never come again. The refrigerator hums its mechanical lullaby, and somewhere in the building's depths, pipes whisper secrets through their copper throats, but the taps remain silent. I remember asking about them once, mentioning the sound to my neighbor across the hall. She paused in the middle of sorting her mail, her fingers freezing over a stack of envelopes. Her eyes shifted to the left, then back to me, and she smiled that practiced smile people wear when they're choosing their words carefully. Old buildings make all kinds of noises, she said, her voice carrying a note I couldn't quite identify. You get used to it. But I had gotten used to it. The tapping had become part of my evening routine, as reliable as the streetlights flickering on or the distant hum of traffic settling into its nighttime rhythm. I would pour myself a glass of water, settle into the chair by the window, and wait for those 5 gentle sounds to mark the transition from day to night. The chair still sits by the window, its leather worn smooth by months of evening vigils. I approach it now with hesitation, as though sitting might somehow break whatever fragile spell has silenced the tapping. The leather creaks under my weight, a sound that seems unnaturally loud in the quiet apartment. Through the glass, the city spreads below like a circuit board, windows glowing amber in the darkness. I scan the building across the street, its facade a mirror of my own. Most windows remain dark, their occupants already surrendered to sleep or lost in the blue glow of screens. But one window, 3 floors up and slightly to the right, casts a different kind of light. The apartment appears empty, yet illuminated. No shadows move across its walls, no silhouettes interrupt the steady glow. Just light, constant and unwavering like a beacon or a signal. I've never noticed it before, though I've spent countless evenings in this chair, watching the building's inhabitants move through their private dramas. A memory surfaces, unbidden and strangely vivid. The building manager, a thin man with careful hands, standing in my doorway during those first weeks after I moved in. He was explaining something about the heating system, how the pipes connected the units in unexpected ways, how sounds could travel through the building's skeleton in peculiar patterns. "You might hear things," he said, his voice carrying that same careful quality I would later recognize in my neighbor's response. The building has its own language. Most residents learn to tune it out. But I hadn't tuned it out. Instead, I had learned to listen, to anticipate, to find comfort in the building's nightly communications. The tapping had become my clock, my compass, my connection to something larger than the isolation of my own 4 walls. I press my forehead against the cool window glass and study that lit apartment across the way. The angle is wrong for me to see much detail, but something about the quality of light suggests emptiness. Not the temporary emptiness of someone stepping out for milk or walking the dog, but the profound emptiness of absence. The thought sends a chill through me that has nothing to do with the glass against my skin. I pull back from the window and move through my apartment, suddenly aware of every sound my footsteps make against the hardwood floor. Each creak seems amplified, each whisper of clothing against skin unnaturally loud. I find myself walking more carefully, as though trying not to disturb something fragile and important. In the bathroom, I splash cold water on my face and study my reflection in the mirror. My eyes look different somehow, wider, more alert. There's a quality to my expression I don't recognize, as though I'm looking at a stranger wearing my face. The water continues to run long after I've finished washing, and I watch it spiral down the drain with hypnotic fascination. Somewhere in the building's depths, that water will join other water, flowing through pipes that connect my life to the lives of dozens of other residents. The building manager's words echo in my memory, sounds traveling through the skeleton, unexpected connections, a language all its own. I turn off the tap and listen to the silence that follows. No dripping, no settling, no distant conversations bleeding through thin walls. The quiet feels deliberate, orchestrated, as though the entire building is holding its breath. Back in the living room, I noticed things I hadn't seen before. A thin layer of dust on the coffee table, though I could swear I cleaned it recently. A book lying open to a page I don't remember reading, its margins filled with pencil marks in handwriting that might or might not be mine. The cushions on the couch bear impressions that seem too deep for one person, too purposeful for casual use. I approach the wall where the tapping used to originate, placing my ear against the painted surface. The wall feels warm, warmer than it should be given the cool evening air. I tap once, gently, with my knuckle. The sound is absorbed immediately, swallowed by the wall as though it never existed. I try again, harder this time, and the result is the same. No echo, no resonance, no response from whatever lies beyond. But walls in apartment buildings are thin. I should hear something, a neighbor's television, footsteps, the mundane sounds of life being lived. Instead, there's only that warm, expectant silence. I remember now a conversation I had with the postal carrier, a woman with observant eyes who had been delivering mail to this building for over a decade. She mentioned something about the apartment next to mine, how it had been empty for months, how the previous tenant had left suddenly without forwarding address or explanation. Strangest thing, she had said, sorting through envelopes with practiced efficiency. One day they were there, the next day gone, left everything behind from what I heard. Management had to clear it out themselves. At the time, I had filed the information away as neighborhood gossip, the kind of story that accumulates around apartment buildings like dust in corners. But now, standing with my ear pressed against the wall, the conversation takes on new significance. I move to the kitchen and retrieve a glass from the cabinet, then return to the wall. The old trick from childhood, pressing the glass against the surface to amplify sound. I feel foolish doing it, but the silence has become unbearable, demanding investigation. Through the glass I hear something, not the clear sounds of occupation, but something more subtle, a presence perhaps, the kind of barely perceptible disturbance that suggests someone or something sharing space with the silence. My hand trembles slightly, causing the glass to rattle against the wall. The sound seems enormous in the quiet apartment, and I quickly pull it away. But in that moment of contact, I could swear I heard an echo, not from my side of the wall, but from the other side. As though someone else was listening, using the same childish trick, our glasses separated by mere inches of drywall and insulation. The thought should be comforting, the idea that I'm not alone in my curiosity, that someone else has noticed the building's strange moods and decided to investigate. But instead, I feel watched, studied, as though I've become part of someone else's experiment. I set the glass on the coffee table and step back from the wall. The impressions on the couch cushions seem deeper now, more defined, as though invisible weight continues to press into the fabric. The open book has somehow acquired new pencil marks, faint scratches in the margins that form patterns I can't quite decipher. My phone sits on the kitchen counter, its screen dark and patient. I could call the building manager, report the silence as though it were a noise complaint in reverse. I could knock on doors, ask neighbors about the tapping, confirm that others heard what I heard. But something stops me, an instinct that warns against drawing attention to whatever is happening here. Instead, I find myself moving toward the front door. The deadbolt is engaged, the chain lock fastened, just as I left them. But the door feels different somehow, less solid, as though it's become permeable to things that shouldn't be able to pass through wood and metal. I press my eye to the peephole and peer into the hallway beyond. The corridor stretches in both directions, lit by fluorescent bulbs that cast everything in harsh, unflattering light. No one moves through the space, but I have the distinct impression that someone has recently passed by. The air itself seems disturbed, carrying traces of movement like ripples on still water. The apartment door across the hall bears the same brass numbers it has always worn, but they seem dimmer now, tarnished by something more than time. I try to remember the last time I saw my neighbor, the woman with the careful smile and the practiced explanations. The memory feels slippery, imprecise, as though it's been edited by unreliable hands. I turn away from the peephole and survey my apartment with fresh eyes. Everything appears normal, yet nothing feels right. The spaces between objects seem charged with potential energy, as though the very air is holding secrets. The silence has weight, presence, intelligence. Moving to the window again, I search for that lit apartment across the street. The building's facade looks the same, but the window that had glowed so steadily now appears dark. Not the gradual dimming of someone preparing for sleep, but the absolute darkness of abandonment. I blink hard, wondering if my eyes are playing tricks. When I look again, the window glows as before, that steady, purposeful light casting its beacon into the night. But now I can see something else, a shadow moving across the illuminated space. Not the clear silhouette of a person going about their evening routine, but something more ambiguous, more fluid. The shadow pauses near what might be a window, and I have the unsettling sensation that it's looking back at me. Across the gap between buildings, through two panes of glass in the cold night air, some form of recognition passes between us. I step back from my window, my heart beating with sudden intensity. The sound fills my ears, drowns out the building's silence, makes it impossible to listen for taps that may or may not come. But as my pulse begins to slow, I hear something else. Not the familiar 5-tap sequence, but something new. A single tap, soft and questioning, coming not from the wall, but from the front door. I freeze, every muscle tensed for flight or fight. The tap comes again, patient and deliberate, then again, and once more. 5 taps, just as always, but now they're coming from the wrong direction, carrying a different message entirely. I approach the door with steps that feel disconnected from my conscious will. My hand reaches for the deadbolt, then stops. Through the peephole, the hallway appears empty, unchanged. But the tapping continues, gentle and insistent, a rhythm I know as well as my own heartbeat. The question that has haunted me for weeks suddenly inverts itself. I had wondered if I was the only one who heard the tapping. Now I wonder if I was the only one who was supposed to hear it. My fingers hover over the locks, trembling with indecision. Outside, the tapping continues, patient as stone, certain as gravity. And in that sound, I recognize something I should have understood from the beginning. The tapping was never random. It was never just the building settling or pipes expanding or any of the mundane explanations I had accepted. It was communication, and now the conversation has moved to my door. I press my forehead against the cool metal and listen to the rhythm that has become the soundtrack to my evenings. 5 taps, always 5, always the same gentle insistence. But tonight, they're asking a question I'm not sure I'm ready to answer. The silence between taps stretches longer now, weighted with expectation. And in that silence, I finally understand that I was never just listening to the building's language. I was learning to speak it.